All right, we are live. Let's confirm that with a sound check. Yep, all right, we are live. Day two of the draft. Last night was fun for a lot of teams, but yeah, I guess I will talk about some of the teams that I personally just didn't think did so well. Um, Let me send some invites out to a couple people. Uh, all right. Let's get into my own personal picks. So with Kelvin Banks Jr., um, like I said, I wanted the Saints to go offensive line ideally or edge rusher. Um, as long as it wasn't really a quarterback, I'd prefer not drafting from this class, but I know the Saints are going to end up probably picking a quarterback with their first pick of the second round. You'll see at the bottom the ticker that has all of the picks for the second round. I'll update them as we go along. Um, yeah, but I Calvin Banks, that was look. I was fine with any offensive lineman. You put in Kelvin Banks, where we'll probably have um, Fuaga or him playing left tackle, and then the other playing. We'll probably end up having Banks play right tackle and Fuaga playing left tackle. Um, McCoy's going to be center, Ruiz at guard. That the is who's guard spot. And you could consider moving Trevor Penning inside. I think that might make him better. So I'm just I don't know. We'll see how that goes. He's definitely got to figure some things out. Um, as for the let's see, as for the Eagles picked with Jahad Campbell, so it was said after the draft last night that the Eagles had tried to trade all the way up with the Chargers and Packers to try and draft Jahad Campbell, but he just kept falling, and other teams were picking other guys, and the Eagles really liked him. They were really high on him. Um, Initially, my thought was him just at linebacker, but with their press conference, with what Howie Roseman said during the press conference, it sounds like he's going to end up playing um, edge rusher, which when he went to Alabama, he was initially an edge rusher, but because of injuries, he had to go play linebacker, off ball linebacker. So, I mean, who knows what this kid's potential is playing at edge rusher? I mean, I saw some comparisons to him and Abdul Carter and Micah Parsons. I think the difference is those guys didn't have to go to off ball. They rotated all the time. They did what Jalen Walker did, but they did it at such a higher level than Jalen Walker, and at doing both. And then you look at what Jihad Campbell had to do. It was like he had no choice. So I love the pick. I love getting basically another edge rusher. And even if he doesn't play edge rusher, we don't know the extent to N'Kobe Dean's injury. So, and we don't. I don't know how the Eagles actually view Jeremiah Trotter in terms of his abilities on defense and not just special teams. So otherwise, you got a linebacker that's going to be playing right next to Zach Bond. So yeah, I like both picks. As for my day one, I mean, if you go back to the if you go back to last night's stream, I I definitely was hard on Atlanta's pick and Tampa Bay's pick in particular. Tampa, I sort of get it. I mean, if we're gonna, there's gonna be winners and losers in the draft every year. Um, I'm very hard on three teams now. I woke up this morning and I'm like, I can't believe they did this. So first, I'm going to talk about Cleveland. The Browns looking. I understand their thought process if they view Mason Graham as this like lock to be an all-pro level player, right? But he has to be better than he has to compete with Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter because the Browns are basically doing what they did with the Julio Jones trade. And I think this is just a repeat situation. They could have had Travis Hunter at 2. They could have Abdul Carter 2, and they just didn't. How many quarterbacks get drafted day 2? Well, Tyler Show is probably going to get drafted early. I've already heard reports that it's possible Cleveland goes Tyler Show here, which is very interesting considering Shedeur Sanders is also on the board. So Shedeur Sanders, Tyler Show. Who else was there? Quinn Ewers is still available. I'm sure some team's going to reach on him. Dylan Gabriel's there. I wouldn't be shocked if Dylan Gabriel went to day 3, which is kind of disappointing because I think he has the skill set to be a first-round pick, never mind a second-round or day 2 pick. So you might see like 5 quarterbacks get drafted. This is a weird day 2's weird because you'll always any quarterback that could go first round is going to go first round because of that 5th year option. And then if they don't get drafted there, that team will just end up drafting someone day 3. They were talking about that on ESPN. There's like there hasn't been many quarterbacks drafted in the second round in the last like 10 years. So I still think there's some quarterbacks that are probably going to go second round just because of a talent perspective. I mean, Shedeur should be going day 2. I don't know to who. I don't know what Pittsburgh's plan is at quarterback. I don't know if they feel like they're going to draft a quarterback or if they have to. Like right now they got Mason Rudolph. Sounds like Rodgers is going to end up going to Pittsburgh. It's just a matter of time, and Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers, so that's just how he is. So who knows what Pittsburgh's going to do? New Orleans is probably going to end up going quarterback. I don't know who. I'd be okay with any of the quarterbacks that are available. I just hope that it wasn't Jackson Dart. I mean, I'm okay with Shedeur. I'm okay with Tyler Show. I'm okay, Dylan Gabriel. I don't want it to be Quinn Ewers either. I hope that's not a reach. Some team is going to reach on Quinn Ewers. I think if there's one team that I think Quinn Ewers could be semi-successful for, it would probably be the Rams just because of how the offense operates. I think it would be easy for him because that's kind of what he did at Texas. The difference is we don't really know if he even has the arm that someone like Stafford has to extend the offense. But we'll see. But I'm really curious to see where Tyler Show goes because from what I've been hearing, it sounds like he could go pretty early here in day 2. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. Will Johnson's another name to look at when it comes to corners. just best available players, Will Johnson probably is the best available player. The injuries are clearly a concern for a lot of teams, but because it's the second round, I wouldn't be shocked if a team traded up to try and get him. Kind of reminds me of the Sidney Jones situation. Sidney Jones ended up tearing his Achilles and then fell, who would probably been a top 5 pick, but because of the Achilles injury, he fell to the second, third round. Could see a similar situation to that. We don't really know. I don't really know the extent of that. Eagles drafting a running back round 2 or 3. I mean, I wouldn't really like that. The running back depth, when you're looking at the depth at all the top positions, like you look at running backs, the top positions in this draft are running backs, edge rushers, interior defensive linemen, specifically nose tackles. Those are the top position groups, and tight end. And I think there's other needs. You can definitely get a great running back right now, but you can also find a running back that normally would go in the second or third round of any other draft. You could probably get them in the 5th, 6th round. That's just how deep this running back class is. So I would have a lot of questions as to why we would draft a running back. We just paid Saquon, AJ Dillon. I love that combo. We have Will Shipley as well. I don't even know if I see us drafting a running back at all. We might just sign an undrafted guy, see if he can make the roster, possibly compete with Will Shipley or AJ Dillon. Even then, Will Shipley just looked really good in the few snaps that he did get. And I love the idea of having AJ Dillon in the backfield. I think he's really going to complement Saquon very well. As for, let's see, Luther Burden's available too. That's another top player available. I'm curious to see where he goes. He should be off the board very early in the second round. I mean, he was after the draft, he was doing a workout at like around midnight. So he's fired up. He wants to get drafted soon. So yeah. Mike Green's available. I know a lot of people had him as one of the best available players. Donovan Ezuraku. I learned his last name last night. Both of them are available. I'm really curious to see where Donovan goes. Mike Green, I've heard stories. I don't know the extent of those stories. I don't know how true they are. I just know there's multiple instances, and I just don't even want to touch him. Like, I wouldn't draft Mike Green at all. That's just my own opinion. I'm sure if he had like Jadeveon Clowney's talent coming out of college, and he was like a projected first pick, I still would probably not draft him because I don't even want to touch that situation. Jordan Schultz is reporting that Louisville's quarterback Tyler Show has a legitimate chance to be the first quarterback selected tonight. And I mean, I've been telling people for the last 48 hours that it's very possible Shedeur is the 4th quarterback off the board. So we'll see. I mean, that's weird. All right, I'm on ESPN Plus, and they switched to the NBA game. All right, we'll go back to the draft. Yeah, Tyler Show. I mean, he's got talent. He's got, in my opinion, from watching film, he has the best arm talent of any quarterback in the draft. Just arm talent. I think there's other quarterbacks that are better, but from just his arm, like, that just shows his potential. I think he has a lot of potential for like any team that he goes to, especially if you have a coach that's a really good quarterback mind. I think he can develop into a very good quarterback. So let's see, Cleveland has the first pick and they also have the fourth pick. So they could very well go quarterback and edge rusher here. Watching the NFL draft. I prefer watching the draft on NFL Network just because I like their personalities more. But I have to watch it on ESPN because I don't have NFL Plus. I think NFL Plus is kind of a scam. It doesn't offer you anything, and I get ESPN Plus with the Disney Plus and Hulu package. So, NFL Network. I do think NFL Network is better, but I got to watch it through ESPN because I think because I'm not getting an NFL Plus. I'm sorry, that's not happening. Now, if I was in my living room, I'd be watching on NFL Network. Especially with this group. Let's see, Desmond Howard, Reese Davis. Is this who's doing day 2 of the draft? Oh, that's weird. All right, the Browns are officially on the clock. So, who are they going to take? I assume it's Tyler Show. I think this could be an edge rusher. Especially with the depth at edge rusher, we still have some first-round level edge rushers available, so that I think they could go edge rusher here. Let's see, Mike Green, Shedeur, Nick Amanwari is available, but I thought Amanwari was good. He's good if you want someone, if you want a tackling safety, if you want a coverage ability. I'm not too sure about that one. Yeah, I let's see. ESPN's weird with all this. NFL draft. ESPN. There we go. I was on NFL draft on ABC. I want ESPN. Yeah, so the draft should be. Is that Julian Peterson? Who is that? Is that Julian Peterson jersey? That's an interesting one. Who is that? I think that's Julian Peterson. Interesting. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, so day 2 starting. We'll see who Cleveland goes first. You'll obviously see me breaking down any trades as they happen. I have my phone right in front of me. I'll update with any trades, trade comps. I'll tell you who's reporting it. So Cleveland is on the clock at pick 33. We're going to have some people joining us later on. I don't know when, but we'll see. And yeah, let's have a good time. I always love this day 2 of the draft. I like because it does feel like there are players who should be going first round, but it's just you only have 32 picks that could be first rounders. Now this year's class is not as deep as other years, so there's the talent pool is not as great, but in some areas it's great. The tight end room, we might see quite a few tight ends going here. We're going to probably see a few running backs, interior defensive linemen, edge rushers. I mean, this year, if you want any of those 4 positions, it's perfect for you. You're probably in a great spot. Quinn Ewers. People are talking a lot about Quinn Ewers. If he goes to Cleveland, that would be funny. I don't know. So Ian Rappaport's reporting that Las Vegas has a legitimate possibility of landing Shedeur Sanders in the second round. Wouldn't be shocked at all. So Tom Brady, this is how long I've been following Shedeur Sanders. Tom Brady has like trained him, has trained with Shedeur when he was in high school, when he was in college. So like Tom knows Shedeur probably more than most others or teams do, probably more than any other owner or part owner in the entire NFL. So I thought initially that Shedeur was going to be a Raider no matter what before the Geno Smith trade. When the Geno Smith trade happened, I questioned it. I was like, all right, they could still draft a quarterback, but then they extended him, and it's like, okay. And they kept saying that Geno is their franchise quarterback. It's their quarterback of the future, even though he's a lot older than other quarterbacks. So I was concerned whether they would draft a quarterback at all with that. So I still think if you were to get Shedeur Sanders, I think there's a strong possibility he goes to the Raiders. As for when, I don't know. So yeah, a lot of teams could get Shedeur. Cleveland, New Orleans, Vegas, Pittsburgh. Really, outside of those four teams, I'd be probably surprised if any other team ended up getting him. Especially the Rams. I know the Rams will probably go quarterback at some point here, probably day two. If it's not, I won't be shocked either. Just because they'll probably just wait until next year. I mean, now they have 2 first-round picks. Which, speaking of the other teams from yesterday, I mentioned Cleveland with Mason Graham, that I was a little disappointed in their pick, their movement in the first round. Then Atlanta. I don't blame Atlanta. I think Atlanta going and trading back into the first round and getting another edge rusher. That's perfect. You needed edge rusher. That was a good job. You did a great job doing that. The issue I have is that additional first round pick, and I've seen people saying, "Well, that first round pick could have been an edge rusher," but what's to stop then a team from just sending all their picks for next year because they're impatient and want to be good right away? Like you need to be patient with your team. You can't just load all into one season. Otherwise, your longevity and your players are just going to be committed to you in that moment and not for the future. Looking at like the Chiefs and the Eagles, they're ready to win for the next 10 years. But look at the Rams, they won 1 year and then they had issues that caused them to sort of melt down. And now they're trying to get back into Super Bowl contention. And then Tampa Bay, it was just a weird pick. I mean, something tells me Mike Evans told the Bucs, like, hey, this is my last contract. And if so, this is a very smart move. I think Emeka Egbuka is a great pick if that's what Mike Evans told you. Or all right, we have the Browns pick. It is Carson Schwarzenegger. So we have our second linebacker off-ball linebacker taken. It is Carson Schwarzenegger. Schwarzenegger. Yeah, so Cleveland gets a linebacker. That's not bad. There were a few trade calls to Cleveland. Schwarzenegger. I like saying that. Schwarzenegger. LB. All right. Yeah, I like that pick. I mean, Cleveland gets a linebacker. Maybe you could have gone edge rusher there, but you get an off-ball linebacker is not bad. I know there's some concerns about what's his name? Jock, J-O-K. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I know there's some concerns with his injuries. So, I mean, hey, or you just get a linebacker who gets to play right next to him. Like, I mean, with that defense, that makes total sense. I mean, he looks pretty good. I mean, outside of Jihad Campbell seemed like the obvious off-ball linebacker one, and then there was a huge gap, and then there was Carson Schlesinger, and then there's a big gap after that. So who knows when the next off-ball linebacker is going to get taken after Carson Schlesinger. Next up is the Houston Texans. So the Houston Texans are on the clock. Who are they going to go with? Houston has pick 34. All right. The Texans actually just took their player, Jaden Higgins, wide receiver. So we knew they were going to go wide receiver eventually. So the Texans draft Jaden Higgins. That's not bad. Between him and Luther Burden, they were kind of in the conversation for that wide receiver 3-4 spot. So good for the Texans. Jaden Higgins to the Houston Texans. Jaden Higgins, wide receiver. Did I spell Jaden right? Jaden Higgins. Jay. Jaden Higgins, you are a Houston Texan. Yeah, we kind of knew Houston. We don't really know the extent of Tank Dell. Tank Dell's had 2 huge injuries in back-to-back years, so you kind of you feel bad for him. Let's see. Next up is the Tennessee Titans. The Titans are on the clock at pick 35. So day 2 starts with Carson Schlesinger going to the Browns and Houston Texans getting Jaden Higgins. So, Seattle with the trade up to 35. So the Titans and the Seahawks have made a trade for the 35th pick. Curious to see what this pick is. I wonder if they go wide receiver here after that Jaden Higgins pick. I'd be curious to see. What this pick is. They clearly wanted someone. Edge rusher would be interesting. Seattle. All right, here's the full extent of the trade. Mike Garafolo is reporting that the Seahawks traded pick 52 and 82, which is in the 3rd round, for the 35th pick. So not a bad haul. So Seattle, you are on the clock. Who knows? I'm thinking edge rusher here. Could be edge rusher. Don't know. Adam Schefter's now reporting it. Yeah. So let's see. Seattle now on the clock after a trade. And they got picks. Pick 52, 82. Pick 52 and 82. Now going to Tennessee. 52 and 82. So Seattle is on the clock following a trade with the Tennessee Titans involving pick 52 and 82. 82 is going to be in the 3rd round. So the Seahawks are on the board. Could be an edge rusher, which is that's just kind of with the positions available. This could be Donovan Ezeraku. This could be Mike Green. Some of us in our mock draft actually thought about Mike Green to Seattle in the 1st round. So So Josina Anderson's reporting this pick is Nick Amanwari. Nick Amanwari, safety, which, you know what? For Seattle, I like this pick a lot. I think Nick Amanwari, that makes total sense with this, with their defense. They have a lot of great coverage guys. Um, pairing him with Reek Wolin, Love, and Witherspoon. I like this pick a lot. Nick Amanwari, safety. So yeah, Seahawks traded up to get Nick Amanwari. It was a good pick. I like that pick. And now Cleveland is back on the clock at pick 36. Cleveland back on the clock. Cleveland is back on the clock at pick 36. Right? It's 36? Yeah, 30. Yeah, 36. And Nick Amanwari probably fills in for that, like, Mike McDonald being from Baltimore kind of fits that Kyle Hamilton role. Sort of. I think Hamilton has a lot better coverage abilities than Kyle Hamilton. So, which I think we all can agree on that. That's why Kyle Hamilton was drafted so high. So, yeah. But you still get that great tackler either way. Yeah, Nick. So our day 2 starts with Carson Schwarzenegger to the Browns. We got Jaden Higgins to the Texans. Nick Amanwari to the Seahawks following a trade with the Tennessee Titans. And now Cleveland is back on the clock. And now ESPN is reporting the extent of the trade. The Browns have picked Quinshon Judkins, a running back. There you go. You got Cleveland gets Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins. I'm not a huge fan of Quinshon Judkins. I said this last night that I actually prefer TreVeyon Henderson, but Quinshon Judkins goes to the Cleveland Browns at pick 36. So another running back off the board. And that means the Raiders are on the clock with pick 37. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Quinshon Judkins. I mean, I got to watch a lot of Ohio State games, and he never was the one that really worried me. It was always TreVeyon Henderson. So, yeah, so we see Quinshon Judkins going to Cleveland at pick 36. 37 is going to be Vegas. This is where is Shedeur going to go here at pick 37. This very well could be Shedeur Sanders. We're kind of now in the waiting game, sort of like when Will Levis fell so far. I mean, he was the odds-on favorite to be the number 2 overall pick in his draft. So, I mean, according to Vegas, I disagreed with it. I always thought Will Levis was overrated, but people looked at his just intangibles and thought that he could be a really good developmental quarterback. And yeah, he's got skills, but he ain't that great of a quarterback. So, yeah, we'll see if Shedeur goes here to Vegas. Vegas could go offensive line too. They could go defense. I mean, they still need to fix their defense a little bit. I mean, I don't remember last time the Raiders had a great defense. So, yeah, Cleveland does not go quarterback. So that's pretty interesting. That's interesting. They're comparing Nick Amanwari to Derwin James. I don't necessarily agree with that. it looks like he has his eyes in the backfield so much. It's not a read and react. It's more of, I don't like, you look at they're showing clips of Kyle Hamilton and him, and the difference between those two plays is that you can see Amanwari looking in the backfield the whole time, and then is reacting to the ball. While you look at Kyle Hamilton is looking in the backfield and then shifts to the players around him. So I really disagree with that. We'll see what if Cleveland even drafts a quarterback when's their next pick? Cleveland's next pick is, do they have one? They do. Pick 67. We'll see if Cleveland drafts a quarterback at pick 67. So yeah, right now we're just waiting on Vegas. Very real possibility that a quarterback is taken here. Could be Shedeur, could be Tyler Show. I think there's a very real possibility that this is Shedeur Sanders. And if it's not, I completely understand it. But we'll see. So Cleveland, who knows if Cleveland re-signs Nick Chubb or not, because Nick Chubb's still a free agent. Who knows if Nick Chubb might go somewhere else. I think it would be good to probably pair Judkins with Chubb, unless you want to go with a new regime and try and get someone else. So we'll see. Browns don't go quarterback in the second round, which is interesting. We already discussed this, that a lot of quarterbacks don't get drafted in the second round very much. It's either they go first or they go day 3. Or they'll go late third round. That's just kind of how it goes. Seahawks made the trade with the Titans official. We got Vegas at 38. 39 we have New England, 37 we have Vegas, 38 we have New England, 39 we have Chicago, and then 40 is the New Orleans Saints. So very real possibility if Shedeur doesn't go here to Vegas at 37, that he goes to 40 to New Orleans. We'll see. Still waiting on this Vegas pick. So an update on, let's see. So the Browns got a 2026 first for the Travis Hunter trade. That's interesting. There's a very real possibility that the Browns could get like the top 2 picks in next year's draft. Ooh, the Dolphins traded up. The Dolphins have traded up. Interesting. The Dolphins have traded up with the Raiders, so that we have a trade alert. The Dolphins are on the clock at pick 37. They've made a trade with the Raiders. Let's look at. Did the Bills just release uniform news? Oh, so all right. There was rumors. I have some uniform update, which is interesting. So there was rumors that the NFL would be going into a. Let me tell you the picks real quick for the Dolphins and Raiders trade. So Miami is on the clock at pick 37. Let's see, and the Dolphins select Jonah Savinea. I'm definitely butchering that name. Jonah, he's an offensive lineman. We all kind of knew Dolphins were probably going to go offensive line at some point. I mean, they need to protect Tua. So the Raiders traded pick 37 and 143. The Dolphins traded pick 48, 98, and 135. So a little bit of a haul. But I mean, if you really like him, then go for it. Jonah. We have a lot of updates right now. Savai. Naya. O-line. Jonah. And like I said, Raiders traded pick 37, 143. Dolphins traded 48, 98, 135. I wanted to mention real quick uniform update. I heard rumors of a potential of a let me change this. New England is on the clock. I heard rumors of a potential division rival uniform that teams would be getting this year for the NFL. There's a rumor. I personally don't like that. I prefer standard uniforms when it comes to playing with against division rivals. It just adds to the rivalry aspect, that old school feeling. So Vegas gets 98. Vegas, that's 98. And the Bills kind of confirmed it, and Nike, that the Bills are going to get a new uniform this year. Not like they're not getting new uniforms. They're getting a single new uniform that they'll use. That was announced just now. Very weird timing for that. So, yeah. Let's see. So Vegas gets 98. And we're all set. So now we're just waiting on the New England Patriots are up. Who knows what New England's going? Yeah, it's kind of weird. I heard this within like uniform circles for sports. This was a strong rumor that was happening, that like teams would be wearing a uniform against like a division rival, and I'm not a huge fan of that. I think if you're playing, the Niners are also getting one of them. So anytime you see Nike X NFL rivalries, means they're going to be getting a new uniform. So the Niners are also going to be getting a new uniform. They just announced that. Let's see. 49ers to debut new Nike uniforms as part of NFL rivalries program. As for what they'll look like, I mean, who knows? It's kind of weird. This is a report from Brianna McDonald, writer for the Niners. She said the 49ers will suit up a bold new look this season as part of rivalries, a new initiative from the NFL and Nike that highlights iconic division matchups with custom uniforms and fan gear. Okay. I really hope the Eagles don't, or the Saints don't do that. I mean, the Saints kind of need to. The Saints need not a new uniform. I don't want new uniforms for the Saints. I just want like an updated color scheme. Because if you see this gold, this is a different gold than the gold we saw the year we won the Super Bowl in 2009, 2010 season. It's a very different gold, and the gold has changed over the years. I just want one gold. Like, this looks really faded. When I got this jersey, it was when the first time like I saw in person how much the gold has changed in the Saints uniforms. So I was like, all right, we need to probably update the gold. Maybe go with the Vegas gold. Go with the old school gold that we have on our Color Rush uniforms, the Color Rush throwback uniforms. Use that gold instead. But I mean, yeah, like just an updated uniform, not new uniforms. because I like the logos on the side. You want to add the Louisiana logo on the sides. I like that too. Um, Cardinals are also posting about new uniforms, so yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how that's gonna work. I wonder if this is gonna be like a Color Rush style initiative. Like we'll get like a certain like unique look. Like the Cardinals might get the bring back like the old flag uniforms that they had in the early 2000s with the Arizona flag on it. They might get the end zones, which were really cool. Um, Bills, I mean, they got the red done. They got the white. I mean, you might see throwback uniforms instead. Like they might do like a throwback style for each of those uniforms. Um, like the Bills might wear their 90s uniforms instead as this like rivalries thing. And that might also lead to like the Patriots wearing their 90s style or the Dolphins wearing their throwbacks or the Jets wearing like one of their throwbacks. You might see something like that. The Niners, I don't know. Oh, the Patriots have picked TreVeyon Henderson. See, that's such an interesting pick because that the comp to TreVeyon Henderson was Ramondre Stevenson for some places. So, I mean, hey, I mean, that's more running backs. And normally when Mike Vrabel's set on a running back, he likes it. I like that pick for New England, TreVeyon Henderson. TreVeyon Henderson going to the New England Patriots at pick 38. All right. 39, pick 39 is the Chicago Bears. So Chicago is on the board. They obviously don't need a quarterback. So Shedeur and Tyler Show are going to have to wait a little bit. So Chicago is on the board. Yeah, I like TreVeyon Henderson more than Judkins. I really do. I think he was more explosive. I think he was a better receiver. I like him more. I like this pick for New England. I mean, if you're looking at if you're gonna look at like what Derrick Henry's the Titans offense looked like with Derrick Henry under Mike Vrabel, you're probably gonna see a similar style offense for the New England Patriots. And I like this pick a lot for New England because Henderson can go do so much. Yeah, I like this pick a lot. Drake May. I mean, the Patriots just need to get him receivers. I mean, I know they're trying really hard to trade for a receiver. I mean, they were calling everybody around the whole league to try and get receivers, and I get it. In a weak receiving class too, like it's tough. But nobody wanted to budge. I mean, I'm sure they were probably willing to part with their first round pick just to get one of the top receivers, or try and get Travis Hunter. And I think when they realized they couldn't get Travis Hunter, they were like, you know what, never mind. So, yeah, they're building around Drake May. They're trying to get an offensive lineman. They're getting him a running back, which probably drops Ramondre Stevenson's value quite a bit. But yeah, that was a good pick. Jets now reposted a rivalries thing. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of uniform. We're probably gonna see new uniforms for maybe all 32 teams this year. Huh, that's interesting. Now one person's comp for TreVeyon Henderson was Clinton Portis, which, I mean, I can see it. I see what they're saying with the Clinton Portis comparison. I like that. I don't remember who my comp was for TreVeyon Henderson. I'm going to have to take a look at that. Let's see. My comp for TreVeyon Henderson was Frank Gore. That was my comp. Clinton Portis is also a great one. I think both of them are very similar style backs either way. But yeah, Frank Gore, Clint Portis, you're gonna get one of those backs which fits in any Mike Vrabel style offense. Because Mike Vrabel always has a coordinator who's doing an old school style offense, and I think that kind of works for TreVeyon Henderson, and I think it works for protections for Drake May. You got Will Campbell now. You got a new left tackle. You got TreVeyon Henderson, a new running back who's a very good blocker and a great receiver. They're definitely doing what they need to do for Drake May. They just need to get him a good wide receiver one. So, yeah, Chicago is on the board. We'll see what this pick is. You could go offensive line here. Charles Grant would be a good pick here. I like that pick. Charles Grant. You got to get some. I like what Chicago did immediately, trying to get offensive line. Man, we know Ben Johnson's kind of that's what Ben Johnson wanted to do. He knew Chicago's offensive line wasn't very good. They might go defense here. You could see Mike Green, Donovan Ezraku. Saints are now on the clock, so we should find out very shortly who Chicago is picking. Luther Burden. Chicago is picking Luther Burden. I love that pick. I love that pick a lot. That was one of my favorite prospects. He goes to Chicago. He's going to be playing with Caleb Williams. Good for Luther Burden. I like this pick a lot. You'll always have a fan in me, Luther Burden. Our fellow Burdens need to stick together. So Luther Burden goes to Chicago at pick 39. So, all right, the NFL, here's some more of an update on that uniform thing. The NFL announced the Rivalries program will feature uniforms born from local community insights during select home games. The uniforms will be in a team's uniform lineup for 3 years, and the AFC West will participate in the program beginning in 2027. Interesting. So it might be like City Connect uniforms, sort of, like for the NBA, only for the NFL. The NFL is going to be getting their own City Connect uniforms, I guess. All right. I think there's a lot of great options for the Saints. I think there's a lot of great options for the Eagles. The Saints are now on the clock. I'm really excited for whatever this may be, sir. Let's see. Yeah, so thinking probably quarterback here. Even if they don't go quarterback, I'm fine with an edge rusher. Donovan Ezraku, I'm really fine with. Luther Burden, I like that for Chicago. I like it for Luther Burden. I mean, Caleb Williams now has Luther Burden to throw to, Romeo Dunze, DJ Moore. They drafted Loveland in the first round. They got Cole Kmet too. They got a really good They got a really good offensive line, a really improved offensive line with adding Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson. So yeah, and then they also signed the center from the Falcons. So yeah, I really like what Chicago has done so far. Running back position is probably the one position you got to look at, and this is a deep class, so Chicago very well could get a running back to complement DeAndre Swift. Yeah, T. Will. Ooh. How's it going, T. Will?
Going well, my friend. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. One of my favorite prospects just got drafted, Luther Burden. So I'm really excited. Really excited.
Okay. Okay, I can dig it, man. Well, hey, I'm happy. Wait, you guys, your Saints are coming up pretty soon,
Yes,
right?
they are. Yes, they are. They're up on the clock right now. You're gonna hear it from me first before you'll hear it on the TV. Uh, I got some people in trouble when they were where they were listening to me and they were at a party. A buddy of mine was at a draft party, and he messaged me. He's like, I got in trouble because I said the Falcons trade way ahead of what the TV was saying.
Oh,
So yeah, he got in trouble for that. So yeah, I mean, this could be a quarterback here. I'd be okay not going quarterback too. Could be an edge rusher. I like Donovan Ezraku. Um, Offensive line. I mean, you can never have too many offensive linemen. So who knows? Oh, the pick is in. Yes, yes. The Saints selected Tyler Show. Yes,
Tyler Show. All right.
the quarterback from Louisville.
Oh,
Yeah,
nobody's giving Shador any love. Wow.
yeah. Um,
Wow.
I really like this pick. This is an underrated pick. So
Excuse me.
let me tell you about what I've heard over the last 72 hours about Tyler Show.
Okay.
Um, so I had scouted him like at the end of last week because I heard rumors that he might be like a top 5 quarterback taken. So I was like, all right, let me look at this dude. My when I was watching him, he looked, I mean, you watch 15 seconds of him side by side with Josh Allen throwing the ball. They have the same mechanics throwing the ball, him and Josh Allen. That's not saying much. I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks who are awful and have throwing mechanics of like Joe Montana and Tom Brady. There's a lot of great quarterbacks who have mechanics of like Johnny Manziel. So like it doesn't say all that much. But he's a little bit mobile. He's not as mobile as Josh Allen. He also doesn't have the body of Josh Allen. That's a huge part for Josh Allen. And I was like, this guy's pretty good. I would say he has. I mean, I was saying it all last night. I said he has the best arm talent of any quarterback in the draft, just strictly arm talent. I think there are. I still had Shador ahead of him. I still had who else? Dylan Gabriel ahead of him, but I had him at QB3. And I mean, I like this pick. And so, yeah, in the last 72 hours, there was rumors that he could go in the first round. And I was like, where is this coming from? Like, who is drafting him? I thought maybe the Rams would. I heard the Rams loved him. But no, he goes to New Orleans. I like this pick a lot. He's got a strong arm, and I honestly, if it was between Show, Gabriel, and Shador Sanders, and I got one of them, so I'm happy.
That you did, my friend. Now, does he start? Does he start day one?
I'd still give the keys. I mean, all right, let's say Derek Carr does. Let's say Derek Carr doesn't play this year.
Right.
I still would give Rattler a chance.
You would.
Yeah.
You would.
Just because I always will give whoever's already been there the chance.
Incumbent?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And if Derek Carr was healthy, I'd be saying the same thing about Derek Carr. And plus this guy can sit if he wants. Showtime. It's showtime in New Orleans. I like this pick. There hasn't been many I mean, I've seen a lot of quarterbacks get drafted over the years for New Orleans that end up like backups to Drew Brees. And I like this pick a lot. Another issue with why he was drafted so low is his age. He's 25 years old.
Okay.
So yeah. The Bills just made a trade. The Bills are now up, and not Chicago. So the Bills are on the clock at pick 41. Buffalo. Pick 41. All right. So Shador's going to be QB4. That's interesting. What are your thoughts on Shador? I mean, I listened to your guys' stream at the end last night. I heard you talking about Shador, but what are your thoughts on Shador?
I think folks didn't want to deal with his dad. I think, and maybe because, again, you didn't have a great performance against Kansas. Now, mind you, he really did not have an offensive line, but Shador hasn't really done himself any favors with some of the comments that he made, and that in the combination with his dad, I think folks just took a pass. I mean, I don't know. He look, Shador can spin it. He seems to recognize coverages. I don't know. The only thing I can glean from that is that, they took a look at him, they took a look at his dad, and said, I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
First, I want to introduce you guys. Terry, this is Austin. This is our Panthers Panthers writer for Old Legacy. And Austin, this is Terry. We've done streams for months now. I mean, I feel like I've known him for years. But
what's going on, guys?
Austin was on our stream last night, which is funny because we were talking about having an NFC South party, which now we do.
There you go.
Shador, though.
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing well, sir. Doing well. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Jordan.
Shador, though, I like Shador. I really do. And if his last name wasn't Sanders, I'd still feel the same way about him. I think he's a good quarterback. I think like if he went to Pittsburgh, I think he could thrive really well with the talent around him. Is he a little bit of a narcissist at times? It does seem like that. It seems like that. I don't know him personally, so I won't comment on that. From what I've heard from some talks with like the Giants, I heard that did not go well at all between Dable and Shador. I heard that they just could not see eye to eye on anything. And so I've heard those, and I think maybe maybe this humbles him. Who knows? I mean, for Deion, it was a little different. Deion had all the skill in the world to do whatever he wanted. He could go wherever he wanted. With the introduction to free agency, he was able to redefine free agency for generations, going to the Niners, then going to the Cowboys. So, I mean, with his athletic ability, he was able to do whatever he wanted and say whatever he wanted. So with Shador, it's very different. He doesn't have that athleticism. Like everybody wants to say he has Deion's genes. Yes, he does have Deion's genes, but from athletic standpoint, he's nowhere even near his dad. And I mean, I don't know what Deion's arm talent was like. I don't know if Deion could have played quarterback, but I know that Deion didn't have the arm of Shador Sanders. So they're very different human beings. So, I think some teams might be just scared of Deion Sanders being his dad. And I don't know. I think someone's got to pull the trigger on him.
So are you happy with the Shuck pick, or would you rather them go Shador? Y'all might have already talked about this, but
with Tyler Show,
yeah,
I like it. I mean, he was my number 3 quarterback. The Bills made their pick. They're picking TJ Sanders, defensive tackle.
That's not a bad pick. That's not a bad pick.
DT Buffalo. All right.
We haven't had any edge go today yet, right?
No, we have not, which is kind of surprising. I mean, Donovan Ezeraku is still there. Mike Green is still there, which I mean, we all know the situation with Mike Green, so we don't know when he'll. I mean, who knows when he'll get drafted?
Does he get drafted is a question. Like, does he even get drafted? Do you think? And the reason I say that is because if you didn't draft him in the first round, where you throw resources at him and he be important, why are you going to take flack from a second, third, fourth, or fifth? Like, why? Because you're still going to take the same amount of flack, right?
Yep.
So if you didn't do it in the first round, to me, and you guys keep me honest here, you're even less prone to do it in the lower rounds. Or am I looking at this wrong?
No, I agree with you. I mean, like I said at the beginning of this stream, I wouldn't touch Mike Green at all. If I was in the green room, in whatever room that anyone's in with any team, I would immediately say no. I don't care what your skill set is. I would look at elsewhere. If you look like Lawrence Taylor, Deion Sanders, Tom Brady, I don't care. If you have those off-field instances multiple times, I just don't want to be near that. I don't know him, but that's just what I'm getting.
No, that's fair. And look it, this isn't like 20 or 30 years ago. You have a lot of female CEOs who, guess what? These companies, they purchase suites. They don't purchase tickets. They purchase box suites. So you're going to explain to one of these CEOs, well, I mean, he runs a 4.3 and gosh, he had 20 sacks, and that they're not going to care, right?
Right.
So my thoughts are, if you didn't do it in the first round, why would you take the abuse that you're going to take from some of the CEOs for a second, third, fourth round pick? And in my mind's eye, you wouldn't. In my mind's eye, he's probably going to go undrafted. Now, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But those are my thoughts. Austin, how do you see it?
I think if and when he gets drafted, where he gets drafted is the most important as far as structure goes. He needs a place that has a lot of veteran leadership that can kind of steer him in the right direction. It was kind of what him and I talked about last night with your Falcons trading up for James Pierce. I think from what I read, he needed to be as far away from Charlotte as possible for off the field stuff. And I don't think 4 hours down I-95 is far enough away from Charlotte. So that's why that one he's an incredible talent, but you talk about off the field issues. I think if Mike Green goes to, I'm thinking of a team like Philly. I know Jordan says you don't want to touch him, but a lot of veteran leadership that can show him the right way to handle not just on the field, but off the field stuff. I think that is going to be the most important thing, is finding a right fit as far as veteran leadership that can get a hold of this young man and tell him, hey, this is not how we do things here. Because he is an incredible talent, but sometimes that talent can go to waste if you do things like he's done in the past. So
the Jets made the selection of Jason Taylor's son, Mason Taylor. They drafted a tight end. So Jason Taylor, he played on the Jets for a very little bit. So
very little bit.
For very little bit. But you get Justin Fields some targets. When I was looking at Mason Taylor, I think he looked like a good tight end. I'm gonna be honest. I think the tight end depth is what stands out the most of this tight end class. But for me, outside of Tyler Warren, I didn't think there was like a tight end that looked great. Like I fell in love with. So he goes back basically. They're saying that when he was a baby, he saw his dad on the Jets. So so he probably remembers his time with his dad on the Jets.
The one tight end that I like that's still on the board is the one from Miami, Arroyo, and that's because of his. 6'5", 250. Give this man a jump ball, and 8 times out of 10 he's probably coming down with it. Might remind you a little bit of Jimmy Graham.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy that I'm interested to see where he goes, because I think his height and speed and everything can translate to the NFL with the way that a lot of teams use tight ends nowadays.
And the one thing that also stood out about this tight end class is after Loveland, Tyler Warren, and Mason Taylor, all the other tight ends are really good receivers. Really, that's where they stand out. But their blocking ability is an issue, and it's something that they might slide because of their blocking, because of their inability to block. I mean, at the end of the day, even you could be the best receiving tight end, but you need to know how to block pretty well. And I mean, you look at like Jimmy Graham, not a really good blocker, and that's what led to the whole conversation of should he get paid like a receiver or not.
Right.
But you look at Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce is a solid blocker, not a great blocker, solid blocker. Gronk was a very exceptional blocker. And George Kittle is a great blocker. I mean, that's what makes that scheme work for San Francisco is George Kittle's ability to block is really good. So, I think we might see some tight ends that might end up drafted pretty high soon or pretty soon, and they might start day one and they might not last very long because they're not able to block as well.
I still can't believe Donovan as a Raku is still on the board.
Yeah.
That one. If I need Carolina to be on the phone making some calls to trade up for this guy.
Austin, how'd you feel about you guys taking Tet last night?
In the moment, I was surprised, but as I kind of sat back and thought about it, it makes sense when you think about the depth of the wide receiver class and the depth of the edge class. I think Tet McMillan was, in my opinion, the best receiver in the draft. So you get the best at that position. If you go and take an edge here day two, which there's no reason they shouldn't, you're still going to get a very good day one impact potential edge rusher in the second round. And plus, they spent $160 million this offseason on the defensive side of the ball and didn't really do anything on the offensive side of the ball. So it makes sense to get him another weapon. Adam Thielen's still very good, but he's a slot guy that's getting older. So you're going to have to upgrade that wide receiver room anyways. So as long as they get an edge here in round 2 or round 3, I'll feel a lot better about it. But, yeah, I think he gives them a different element that they don't have with the deep ball, 50-50 balls, something that they've been lacking. They haven't been able to stretch the ball down the field, which allows, defenses to kind of come up in the box and make the intermediate game a little tougher. So I think it'll open up the offense as a whole.
Terry, what are your thoughts on what? Give me your feelings on each of your picks.
I'm good with our picks, man. The one thing we did not have last year was pass rush. Oh my God, we were allergic.
Amen, brother.
We were allergic to that. We were like, I don't want to get him down. What do you mean, tackle him? What are you saying? Let him scramble around and throw it. So we got 2 edge rushers or 2 pass rushers. I don't have an issue with it. You know what I mean? We traded a first round pick, but did you expect them to give it to us for free? So I don't have an issue with trading a first round pick for next year for a first round pick, essentially for this year. You got Falcons is make the playoffs or bust.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. So
you have to be very confident that you're making the playoffs to where that first round pick is in the 20s next year.
Yes.
To go up and make that move 100%.
Yeah. Yes. Agreed. So I'm fine with it. Look, I like Jalen Walker. I couldn't believe he fell to us.
I read today there were some shoulder issues that might have scared some teams off. I don't know if you've read that. But
Okay.
He might have to have shoulder surgery, and that's why I read the potential for him falling. Okay. I would have liked him in Carolina. It'll be interesting to see what Raheem Morris does with him in that defense. That'll be kind of fun to watch.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we got a boatload of pass rushers now. So him, James Pierce. Remember, Braylon Trice was hurt all last year. So we get a chance to try him out. I think we'll be okay. But I was happy with our picks. I'm curious as to see what we're gonna do today, whether that's attempt to trade back up or sit back at pick 101 and see what we can do. But I'm okay if we go with the D tackle.
Yeah, you got to replace Grady still.
Yeah. So I'm okay with that. Jordan, how did you feel about you guys took an offensive lineman, right? Is that how you took? You took
Yeah.
a tackle?
Yeah. I don't know what position. I assume he's going to probably play right tackle. I like getting Banks. Like I said, I just didn't want a quarterback because I felt like we would just be drafting a quarterback just to draft a quarterback. Like I've said for months now, you need to build the team first before you just throw a quarterback in there and say you need to be our franchise guy. So I love the pick. I mean, regardless of who it was, I don't whether that's Banks or whether that was some other offensive lineman, getting an offensive lineman, especially with Ramczyk. I mean, most people, from what I've seen, actually don't know that Ramczyk didn't play at all last year. And I think people just forget that. They thought Ramczyk was playing last year. But we all knew Ramczyk was probably going to retire within this organization. But I like the pick. You maybe move Penning inside to guard. That would probably be the thing I would think about. But right now you just need a guard, and then you're all set. The Cowboys have made their pick. So the Niners picked Alfred Jenkins in defensive tackle. The Cowboys took Donovan Ezeraku.
No.
Yeah.
Dang it. Now, is this where the run on edge rushers go? Because I was about to say, Carolina might be in a good position to stay at 57 and still get a solid edge rusher. But if they start coming off the board here.
Cowboys got better today.
Yeah,
I don't like them.
Great
I don't like
pick.
them getting that. I hate the Cowboys so much.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate them so much.
Yeah.
With a passion. All right, Indianapolis. Yeah, they got Ezeraku. That
you can't call him Easy anymore.
Oh, I can't. I was talking all this stuff about him. I was calling him Easy E because I was trying to figure out his name last night. I went through this whole range of emotions with him last night because I was like hyping him up, saying that he was underrated, and yesterday morning I was like, what is his name? I need to figure out his pronunciation. And while I was driving to work, I was like, I'm just gonna call him Easy E. Because that's what works right now. And then I figured out, we figured out his pronunciation live last night. So I thought for a second I got an alert from a Cowboys beat writer. I thought George Pickens got traded to the Cowboys, but he didn't.
You guys think that'll happen tonight?
George Pickens getting traded? Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen at all. I feel like that's just something that got thrown out. I think people are talking to the Steelers saying like, "Hey, is he available?" And then
they don't have a second round pick, right? Mm-hmm. Steelers.
Yes, they do not.
So Sanders is still there. So if they want to move up, that might be what gets them to kind of at least think about it. Will Johnson still being on the board is also kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know it was still available. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean,
I want Philly to get there as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, with his injuries, who knows where he's going to go? I mean,
there's some good corners still left, guys.
There are, yeah.
Trey Amos from Ole Miss is good. We talked a little bit about Ravel from East Carolina. If he didn't tear his ACL, he probably would have been a first-round pick. So there's still some very good corners.
Well, like Terry, when we were doing the mock drafts, I mean, I was telling you that I was like, this cornerback class, like after the first couple, it's not that great at all. Let's see. Oh, I forgot. Scott Tolzien's the Saints Ooh, the Colts made their pick. They're going JT Tomilau.
Oh,
I'm
another
pronouncing-
edge. Here comes the run.
Yeah, here comes the run.
Now.
Dang. The Colts are just drafting how I would draft. They go Tyler Warren with their first pick, and then they go JT. This is like if I was drafting on Madden.
You were in love with Tyler Warren. That was your guy, right?
Oh yeah, that's my guy. That's still my guy. He'll forever be my guy. I'm glad he went to Indianapolis and not like another team. I mean, I still want. I'd like them to get a quarterback to like throw to him. That's not
the fear in Jordan's voice last night, thinking the Cowboys might take Tyler Warren was all time.
Yeah, that's scary. Because I got a text message from one of my friends while like as he was sliding, saying like if he goes to the Cowboys, I'm going to bed. And I immediately that thought went into my mind. I'm like, please don't go to the Cowboys. It doesn't make sense. You'll waste them. Oh man. So the Rams are on the clock. I'm suddenly getting a lot of alerts of Tyler Show's age because him being 25.
Oh, 25.
Yeah, 25. So people are like, oh, Patrick Queen. What did this guy say? Tyler Show is 1 month younger than Patrick Queen. Now, Patrick Queen came out at like 20 years old, too. So, a little different. But I'm okay with this. Even if he fails, then, hey, it's a very high risk, high reward because of his stature. He's like 6'5", and he's got a cannon of an arm. But
I still think Ridder starter week 1 or
yeah. I was just telling Terry that I think I would still give Ridder the keys or Rattler the keys.
I was just wondering. I was like, is there been a development that I don't know about that took place?
Rattler, yeah. Yeah, don't give Terry Vietnam flashbacks of Ridder.
Yeah. Well, hey, if he's starting for your Saints, Jordan, I'm fine with it. I already know where this is going. I've seen that movie. I already know. So, yeah, you got to go ahead and sign Ridder. Let him start for you guys. Yeah. I'm sure Austin would like that too, wouldn't you, Austin?
I wouldn't hate it at all.
I'm sure you would. Yeah. Right ahead.
Yeah.
Terry, what's your thoughts on Penix? You like him?
I like it. Look, he can sling it. He can throw. He can make any NFL throw, right? Coverages, he was pretty good last year. Let's be honest, I don't think he really faced any stout defenses. But, you know, from all indications and everything I hear, the kid is decent at reading coverages. And obviously he's going to have to grow. There may be some growing pains, but I think ultimately the kid's a winner. I think he can play this game, and he has an assortment of weapons. I mean, look it. He's got Drake London. He's got Darnell Mooney. He's got Kyle Pitts. He's got Bijan Robinson. You could do worse.
Right.
Got an offensive line that, with the exception of the center, basically has consistency and continuity going back 3-4 years. So, you know, on offense, I think we're okay. I think, you know, I don't know if this is a bold prediction, but I think we'll score 28 points a game. I'll go ahead and book it now. You know, he got progressively better each week. I think we ended up losing to you guys. We scored 34, 40. Yeah. We couldn't stop you, obviously, but you know that you guys really couldn't stop us either. So
that was
those things.
That game broke the record for Carolina for giving up the most points in an NFL season. So appreciate that.
Hey man, you guys won, dude. You guys
did.
You
that
won.
Was Bryce's coming out party if he didn't have one earlier in the year. I mean, that was. I've been a Bryce guy. You can ask Jordan when they benched him at the beginning of the year last year. I was still like, this guy is still the guy.
Yeah.
Reset's not the worst thing in the world, but you have to go back to him. He hasn't really been set up for success. So to see him come back and rebound the way he did was encouraging. And I think it made it to where they felt more comfortable taking a guy like Ted last night.
Yeah.
Because they know, hey, we've got our guy. Now let's give him weapons.
Yeah. I think the benching helped him. I really do. I don't know if he got a chance to focus more. I don't know if it slowed down for him. I don't know what happened, but I tell you what, man, whatever he did for those 3, 4, 6 weeks or whatever he was down, he was working some issues out.
Yeah.
And you can see it. For me, his decision making got a lot quicker, a lot crisper.
Yeah.
Where he was going with the ball, his reads got a lot better. Okay, they're in this. This is where I'm going. Boom, boom, boom. There wasn't a lot of that deer in headlights like we saw in the beginning.
Yeah.
That's what it was for me. Give me your thoughts on just his maturation last year as a quarterback.
Well, I think so. He was going through his second head coach, second offensive coordinator, second offense in 2 years. He only played one series in the preseason. He was lighting up the Panthers the Panthers defense in training camp, but newsflash shows everybody else in the NFL. So it could have been one of those things where he played so well in training camp because the defense was so bad that they didn't think he needed to play more in the preseason.
Right.
But I do think you could see that he started to trust those guys more and was he got to the point where, hey, I don't have to do everything. I just have to do my 111, which is something that Canales has preached from the beginning. And it just took a little time for maybe Bryce Young to kind of trust, hey, this is the best thing for me after the hell that he really went through for the last 2 years. Because, I mean, his first year with Frank Wright, he never really was set up for success.
No.
So I think this year we'll see a big leap from him. Because, I mean, the back half of the year, you could argue that he was a top 8 quarterback in the NFL.
Very much so.
One thing that I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but in the last 6 weeks of the year, he accounted for more touchdowns than C.J. Stroud did for the entire season.
Yeah. Oh boy, talk about a sophomore jinx.
Yeah.
Or what do they call it? Sophomore slump? Sophomore.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what their offense looks like he'll be having a new coordinator for the first time. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting. I don't know.
Ooh. So the Cardinals just picked Will Johnson at pick 47.
Who did the Rams get at 46? I must have missed it.
Terrence Ferguson, tight end.
Okay.
So
I thought he was going to end up in Denver.
Will Johnson. Wait, who was the Cardinals? Their first pick was Walter Nolan.
Yeah, we talked about them as getting a corner.
Wow, the Cardinals, they're doing pretty good. I like the Cardinals draft so far. They're kind of getting pieces. I mean, they could have gone anywhere with their picks, but they're taking the best available player.
Yeah,
they definitely have a lot of good picks right now. Let's see. So we're at 48, and Vegas is on the clock. Let's see. With Tyler Show, I just found out that him and Juwan Johnson were teammates at Oregon, and they already know each other. And him and Spencer Rattler have known each other since they both were playing high school football. So they are both. Rattler apparently has already contacted him, congratulating him. So it's an interesting quarterback room.
That's crazy because I feel like Juwan Johnson's been in the NFL for 8 years already.
Yeah, because I mean he had the transition from wide receiver to tight end, and that was a career-defining move. Like if he doesn't switch to tight end, he's probably playing for the Michigan Panthers tonight in the United Football League. And I loved watching Juwan at Penn State. I loved watching him at Penn State. If you asked me then that he'd be playing tight end, I would have been like, well, why? But because he's not as fast as other receivers are. He's big body too, so it makes total sense. Yeah. Terry, I need to know your thoughts on I need to know all your thoughts on the trade back into the first round. I actually went back to your guys' live stream last night, and I wanted to know your guys' exact reactions as it was playing out, because I was watching it, and you guys were hyped like you were going to get an edge rusher. And look, I mean, I was talking with Austin. I was like, edge rusher is not off the table. Another edge rusher. It makes total sense. But trading another first round pick, a future first round pick, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't have an issue with it because I think Raheem is looking at this like next year's first round pick is going to be 26, 27, 28, 29 anyway. So that's almost a second round pick. What are you losing? You got to think Raheem was with the Rams the year they won the Super Bowl, and how do the Rams view picks? F those picks, right? So I think he is, adopted that mantra in certain scenarios, not in all of them, but I think in this particular scenarios, look at Raheem and Terry Fontenot are on the hot seat. Let's be honest. Next year will not come. There won't be another year if they don't make the playoffs. I don't care what happens. Okay. So this is a little desperation. This is full damn the torpedoes full speed ahead. You know what I mean? Put the women and children to bed and let's go to war. I mean that's what I don't mean to be misogynistic, but look, what I'm saying is these are desperate circumstances. We have to win here, right? You got as the Kirk turns going on every day with Dirk Smudgens. I'm sorry, Kirk Cousins. So you gotta navigate this as best you can, and you gotta come out swinging. I have no issue with what they did at all. You needed 2 pass rushers, you got them. You know what I mean? Like the personnel that they got, first and second down, you can be linebacker, third and fourth, or third and whatever. You can come out and be a pass rusher. I think it gives us flexibility. I love it. You know what I mean? I don't have an issue with it because at the end of the day, hey man, I'm about winning, and we'll deal with next year. Those are my thoughts. Guys, what are your thoughts on it? You saw it. Give me. Oh, and you said our initial impressions. I thought we were taking Malachi Starks.
I thought so too.
I really thought, okay, he's trading back in here. You got the pass rusher. This is going to be Malachi Starks. And low key, I had a draft crush on Malachi Starks. I was like, hey man, if we get him here, we are good. Like, how were you saying? What was it, Austin? Who was that player you liked? The tight end you were talking about, Arroyo?
Yeah.
That's how I felt about Starks. I was like, oh yeah. So when they went James Pierce, my first thought, okay, we got an edge rusher. I wish it would have been Starks. But I wasn't disappointed because, again, if you go back and look at Pierce's tape, that dude can get around offensive tackles. He has the ability to get low, and he's got speed. Okay? So I'm good with it, man. Those are my thoughts.
I would like to say there was a trade with the Texans and the Raiders. So the Raiders are trading pick 48. The Texans traded pick 58 and 98 or 99. The Texans ended up taking offensive tackle Erante Ursary. I know in our mock we had the Chiefs taking him at pick 31 at the time. But the Texans go get an offensive lineman. But getting back to James Pierce. In terms of the player, I don't know. I just heard his off-field stuff. I haven't heard it to the extent of Mike Green's off-field stuff. I just heard he was a slacker. Even if you don't get that out of him, who cares? There's a lot of. I feel the same way about Tet McMillan. I heard he doesn't watch film. He better watch film.
Is he the one that said I don't watch film or stuff like that?
Yes, he only watches film with his team.
He talked about that today. Apparently, he said that when he was a freshman.
Okay.
Said that he has matured a lot since. We'll see how true that is, but
yeah, we will
be able to see how often he checks into that iPad.
Oh yeah, they definitely will.
But I think Malachi Starks would have made more sense for that trade than James Pierce did.
Yeah.
Because we've already talked about the depth of the edge rushing class.
Yeah.
Like what pick were y'all supposed to have in the second round?
46.
Okay, so there was still good edge
Will
rushers
Johnson.
there.
Will Johnson was also available. Like the
Yeah.
height. Obviously, we're talking like a would, should have,
Hindsight,
could have,
right.
would have. Yeah, in hindsight. But yeah, Will Johnson would have been there.
But the depth of the safety class is not nearly as it is for the edges. After you go with Starks, and then after you got past Nick, who already went, it drops off. So that would have made more sense to me to give up next year's first for that safety than an edge with how deep the class is. I didn't think the player was wrong. I thought the giving up the first round pick for an edge rusher was the bad part of it.
Gotcha.
And I watched the Saints do that with Marcus Davenport. Not the doubling up at the same position, but trading a future first round pick for Davenport was he showed promise a lot. He was injured a little bit. He was okay. It's not worth that pick. But it's one of those things that I wouldn't trade a future first round pick unless I know I'm going to be contending. And like you said, it's Atlanta must make the playoffs for this to work. And if they don't make the playoffs, then you're going to screw your future essentially. Because I mean, you have a lot riding on Michael Penix. Like I think Michael Penix looks good. I think every quarterback of this class looks good, which is crazy. Someone needs to suck of this last quarterback class. But Michael Penix looks good. If you guys make the playoffs, then it's like, who cares? Like you said, who cares what that pick is?
Yeah.
The worry is, like, I know you guys really want to trade Kirk Cousins. I get that.
Yeah.
Let's say something happens to Michael Penix, and
this
comes.
No, I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Like, let's say you guys traded Kirk Cousins to some random team. You get a draft pick for him, a future draft pick, and call it a day. But then something happens to Michael Penix.
We're screwed.
I don't.
I mean, there's, we're screwed. But Kirk has done so much that I don't know a Falcon fan that wants him on the team, right? Because my issue is not you wanting to play. Like as disillusioned as you may be, right? Being 37 and coming off an Achilles injury and an elbow injury and a shoulder injury, guys are going to have doubts, right? You want total fealty from whatever organization. You want them to be like, no, we're going to draft our quarterback in the 7th round, and there'll be no threat to you at all, Kirk Cousins. Like, you didn't suck half the year last year. Like, you didn't fall off of a cliff. So nobody's going to give you that. People got jobs. They have people to answer to. Nobody's going to do that. And again, the whole, you're going to go on Good Morning Football and do an interview and basically say stuff that your agent could have said to teams. If you wanted it out there, you didn't have to do it that way. Mm-hmm. There was another way to do it. You didn't have to take off your Falcons shirt, showing that you no longer have loyalty or fealty to that organization. He just went too far. You know what I mean? You didn't have to let me speak to your manager and call Arthur Blank on the phone twice. That is tantamount to disrespect. So as far as I'm concerned, Kirk can get the finger. I never want to see Kirk in the Falcons uniform again. I mean, that's just legitimately how I feel. Now, if we keep him, then we keep him. You know what I mean? I mean, look it. If we have to go to Kirk and Kirk delivers us to the playoffs, so be it. Because at the end of the day, it's about the name on the front of the jersey. And I look at it like I would any coworker. I mean, you have coworkers that you enjoy, but let's be real. You have coworkers, and I know it's just me. It's not you guys. But everybody has a coworker that if they just fell off the face of the earth, you'd be okay with it. You know what I mean? Like if you just never saw them again, it'll be all right. I know it's just me. I know, not you guys, not you.
No.
But I'm saying, like, that's how I look at Kirk. I'm ready for him to go. I don't give a damn whether you get a case of beer, you know what I mean? Some now and laters, a pack of gum, you know what I mean? What do you go when you get into QT, a tire gauge for your air pressure? I don't give a damn what they send us back. Take him today. Okay? I'm ready for Dirk Smudgens to go. You know, I'm over it. He can kick rocks. I'm just saying. I'm over it.
Steelers might be an option if Shador goes somewhere. Because they're running out of options if Rodgers doesn't end up there. Because are you really going to run it back with Mason Rudolph for him to get hit on the head with his own helmet again?
I mean, you're right. I think what's going to happen with Kirk Cousins is he's not going to get traded until the first injury happens. Yeah. Like if something, let's say the Raiders don't draft a quarterback. I think the Raiders go Shador Sanders eventually. I don't know when their next pick is, but I think that's a consideration. Also, the Cowboys might be a consideration for Shador if he keeps falling. I think like if something happens to Geno's getting up there in age. You're going to probably need a quarterback to compete. I mean, it's a very real possibility that you could go trade for Kirk Cousins. Steelers, I'm pretty like I'm 90% sure Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Steeler. That 10% is he'll retire. Yeah. He won't go anywhere else. But if hypothetically does retire, then yeah, I think Kirk Cousins is a very real scenario. Especially if they don't even draft a quarterback.
How do you guys see the dynamic of Mike Tomlin and Kirk Cousins working out? Because I don't see that. I just don't. I could be wrong, but I just don't. I mean, that would be like. Man, what dynamic would that be like? That would be like, oh man.
I think Tomlin wants to win, and he knows that he would give him at least a better shot than Mason Rudolph.
Does he though? So here's the thing, right? Look, at this point, and I know.
Man, I think my 3-year-old would give them a better shot than Mason Rudolph.
And your 3-year-old might give him a better shot than Aaron Rodgers at this point because Aaron Rodgers sucks. Okay, Aaron Rodgers sucks. Okay, let me explain. Let me explain my my ire towards Aaron Rodgers. So you go to the Jets, right? First off, every coach that you've played for, you get fired, right? You're beyond the Super. You got one Super Bowl, Aaron Rodgers. You got one. You don't have two. You got one. You've been to umpteen playoffs or whatever. You've got one Super Bowl. You got Robert Saleh fired last year. You pushed him on national TV. Oh, you tried to play it off, but you pushed the man, right? Secondly, you don't show up for voluntary workouts. You're the leader of the team. You don't show up for voluntary workouts. So you know what message that sends? Oh, this is Aaron Rodgers' team. This doesn't belong to Robert Saleh, the head coach. No. Then you insist on getting your guy to come in there, Nathaniel Hackett or whatever his name is, and you get the Jets to go and sign umpteen guys who they really didn't need to get to sign. You get Robert Saleh fired, and what happens? What happens, Austin? They sucked last year anyway.
I think that's just the Jets being the Jets more than
Aaron Rodgers. I think, excuse me for saying this, but Aaron Rodgers is ass. Okay, that's just my thoughts, and I mean whatever. And plus, he requires so much. He's so Hollywood. Like, can you imagine? No, I don't want my Gatorade. I want my Gatorade half warmed up, half chilled. Put some go-go juice in there and mix it up in my Gatorade and bring it out to me, please. What's your name? John? I don't like John. You're Booby, okay? Going forward, you're Booby. Thanks, Booby. He is everything I hate. I can't stand him. And Mike Tomlin seems to be nuts and bolts, meat and potatoes. It is what it is. We're going to hit. We're going to play. You know, Mike Tyson is Lord Jesus, Mike Tomlinson. Wow.
Whoa.
Mike Tomlinson, shout out to Mike Tyson, wherever you are, is a well-read William and Mary guy, comes up with all of these sayings. He's a leader, but I don't know, man. Like, I know if you can deal with AB, you can deal with anybody. But I don't know why AB's talent was still at a certain point. Even though AB was clearly crazy. A lot of people feel like AB may have CTE. AB's clearly, he got some issues, okay? But his performance level never waned to the extent to where, okay, is it really worth having this guy? I don't know that Aaron Rodgers still throws that back shoulder fade the same. I don't know that he still recognizes coverages the same. I don't think he's worth the trouble that you have to go through to sign him. Those are just my thoughts, okay? And hey, Austin, give your 3-year-old some credit, man. You don't know what he can do. You should have Mike Thompson on the phone next week, bro. You don't know. Say it.
I got him over here throwing all the time. So who knows? But hey, Carolina traded up.
Yes.
Around the clock at 51.
So Carolina traded pick 57, pick 74, pick 111, and pick 230 to the Broncos for pick 51, pick 85, pick 122, and pick 208. So, I mean, for their what are we in? For their second round pick, they went up six spots. For their fourth round pick, they went down 10 spots. For their that's probably like a fifth round pick, they went down 11 spots, and then for a seventh round pick, they went up 22 spots. And they took Nick Scorton. That was the name
the
you
edge
liked.
guy. Yeah, we talked about him yesterday. I knew if they traded up, it would be for an edge. Spencer, you mentioned Mike Green. I think the off the field stuff, with the way the organization is run by Dan Morgan and Dave Canales, I think that might have definitely scared them off. Nick Scorton's a guy that has a lot of athletic ability and traits that are visible if you watch his tape. Would like to have seen a little bit more production, but edge is definitely the biggest need on the roster right now. So if they didn't think he was going to be there at 57, I have no issues going up to get someone that they think is their guy. So we'll see what happens. I don't hate it.
Wait, Shamar Stewart is still on the board?
No, somebody took him.
No, he took him at 17.
They took him in the first round.
Yeah, I don't know who I was thinking of.
No, that was a head scratcher because I don't know. I don't know why you'd take him. I was not impressed by. I mean, I know he had great workouts, but his performance was not. You know who he reminded me of? He reminded me of Duke Riley, right? When the Falcons drafted Duke Riley, I was like, great, he's awesome. This guy's out here pulling trucks. He's pulling Mack trucks with his own strength. Oh my God, he got on the field and was like, which way did he go? Duke, over there. No, Duke, back here. Duke, what the hell are you doing? Bro, no, absolutely not. That's what Shamar Stewart, that's who he reminds me of. Great metrics, great workout guy, but I will see.
I will say about Mike Green, I think the Eagles have eliminated any chance of drafting Mike Green after Howie Roseman was asked. I don't know what he was asked, but he made a comment saying that we take matters like that very seriously and we will pull them completely off our draft board. So I don't know how true that is because Howie just lied straight up because he has drafted guys with some similar instances, maybe like 8 years ago, like with like Jalen Carter's issues, it was very different than Mike Green's issues. Jordan Davis's issues very different from Mike Green's issues, but he still drafted guys like that. But it sounds like he has completely pulled Mike Green off the board. I don't know when he's going to get drafted.
If the Eagles don't want to take you, I'm just saying, man, they don't mind. Look, you guys don't mind if you leave the scene of an accident, okay? But I guess you draw the line. Right?
Yes, we do.
We got standards here, people. Let's go. I'm just saying.
Oh man. Olu.
Oh wow.
Femi
Oh man.
Oladejo. All right, the Titans picked. Let me see if I can pronounce this correctly.
Yeah,
All
good
right,
luck with that.
We're gonna Oluwafemi
Let's call him double.
Oladeo.
Yeah, let's call him double O.
Double O.
Yeah, let's call him double O. Yep.
It's definitely Oladejo. That's definitely Oladejo. So they get an edge rusher. I think this is the first name on the board that I don't know. I don't know what. Oh, they're showing. Oh, that was. Oh, he was on UCLA. He had a good end of the year for UCLA. I do remember Penn State playing him. That was probably the one impactful player on UCLA's defense. But yeah, he's a good edge rusher.
Shout
definitely
out
on a
to
run.
UCLA's head coach, Deshaun Foster, former Panther, touchdown in the Super Bowl. Give him some love.
Yeah. I remember that.
If you want to watch a funny interview, his introductory press conference after being named the head coach at UCLA, give it a watch if you need a good laugh.
That's Deshaun Foster, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had no idea what to say. It was hilarious. But no, Carolina's attacked two of their arguably biggest needs so far in their first two picks. So I think they still desperately need a safety. I think they only have two on the roster right now, with one of them being a UDFA from last year. So safety is still a massive need. So maybe 84 right there is where they get a guy. Like the guy from Virginia, I can't think of his name off the top of my head, was one that was in for a 30 visit. Or Xavier Watts, honestly, as well. The kid
I think I went in and out.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
We can hear you.
My connection.
Tampa, heck, they might take another receiver. Who knows? They just want to have them all.
It looks that way. Tet reminds me of Drake a little bit.
Yeah. He reminds me of a basketball power forward. The way he likes to kind of box out somebody.
Yeah.
Use his 6'4" frame to high point the ball. That's what he like. I would watch some of his stuff, and he just looks like a guy that knows how to use his body to his advantage. He's not going to go against many guys that are as tall as him. So, understanding the advantage that he has there, I like that. Drake London's not a bad comp either. His favorite player, he said, was Larry Fitzgerald. Now, I don't think he's that by any stretch of the imagination, but if he wants to try and become that, I wouldn't hate it.
Not at all.
All right. Let's look at some comments. Let's see. Mike Green. Yeah. My buddy Cameron says, give me Harold Fannin Jr. If we draft Mike Green, I'm going to bed. Yeah. Cameron's an Eagles fan. So I kind of started all of this with Cameron doing Old Legacy when it was called NFL Breakdown Daily, which was a dumb name in retrospect. But yeah, Cameron's a good guy. Yeah, if we draft Mike Green, I really doubt that. Tampa selected Benjamin Morrison. I know in our mock draft, some of us were pretty high on Benjamin Morrison. Corner.
He's the one from Notre Dame, right?
For some reason.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, yes, he is. If for some reason I completely cut out of this stream, it is because it's raining. It's not supposed to thunderstorm. It's just supposed to rain a lot. But it's not supposed to start for a couple hours, so I don't understand. I don't know why I cut out for a little bit there. So who's on the clock? Green Bay.
They might go another receiver. They don't have enough.
Yeah. They really don't have enough. I feel like every single pick they're just going to go wide receiver for some reason. I mean, I was looking in retrospect to that pick, and I was like, they went golden, and I'm just Jaden Reed or Jalen. Wait, I'm confusing my receivers now. Jaden Reed. He's good. I like him. A lot of people like him. He fits multiple things in Green Bay's offense. He can play the slot. He can get a handoff. He can go play out wide. I like that. Christian Watson has potential, but I mean, I like the receiving core. I didn't understand why they needed to go receiver. NFL Breakdown Daily is not a bad name in retrospect. NFL Breakdown Daily was a bad name in retrospect. I mean, all right, every time I tell people what our original name was, they're like, oh, it's not that bad. And they're like, you did exactly that. You broke down the NFL Daily.
Fair.
So, yeah, it was a bad name. Let's see. All right.
There are worse names, Jordan. There are worse names out there. I'm just saying. There are.
Yeah.
I could see.
Yeah,
I could see the Packers going corner here. Either Ravel or Trey Harris from Ole Miss.
I agree. I think I think corner's probably the position I would look at. I mean, we don't know if Jair Alexander is going to be off the team. That's a name that, I mean, I know, Terry, you guys have been mentioning you guys possibly trading for Jalen Ramsey, but I think there's a shot that Jair Alexander goes to Atlanta. That's my bold prediction is Jair will end up with Atlanta. I just think I think he kind of fits more of the system of what Atlanta wants to do. And I think Ramsey might be towards the end of his career. Like he's not bad right now, but he's just
he's not worth his contract.
No, he's not. And he's going to have a low asking price for him. Like I know Philadelphia was one of the teams that called, which that's not happening. He said some very bad things about Vic Fangio when Vic left to go back to Philly. He said really bad things, and he said the Dolphins would be better off without him. No, they were not. They in fact were not better off without him. So I don't think Ramsey fits Vic's scheme at all. I think Ramsey's probably gonna end up back in Los Angeles with the Rams. It just seems like that's where it's headed. But yeah, I think Jair Alexander, I think he's gonna be a bigger corner added to whatever team he goes to than Jalen Ramsey is. I think if you added, like, if you take any NFL team in the whole league and you add either Ramsey or Jair, I think adding Jair will do much more to the team.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Let's see. Packers went offensive tackle Anthony Belton. NC State. Yeah, NC State. Gross.
I don't know. They don't play in your division, do they? I mean, what NC State do to you?
I'm a UNC basketball.
You know,
talk about gross.
So
I forgot how many teams this guy has.
Yeah.
This dude right here, man. Go ahead.
So when it comes to college basketball, like, I'm Penn State everything except basketball. I am UNC basketball all the way. People have asked me like, oh, well, what if UNC plays Penn State? I'm like, I'm going UNC. I don't care if I went to Penn State or not. I'm a fan of any Michael Jordan. I'm literally named after Michael Jordan. I've been rooting for UNC since I was like
Your
6.
biggest flaw, sir.
Like I remember
biggest character flaw.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh man, Austin picks his spot. Boy, I tell you.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm just, but I'm not like UNC with anything else. Just men's basketball. Women's basketball, I'm not really. I don't really watch women's college basketball. Chargers went wide receiver. They took Trey Harris.
I thought they might go Noel, but they do already have Ladd, so that does make sense if they were going to go receiver.
Yeah, we are getting to very close to the end of the second round. Yeah, we have 8 picks left. Trey Harris, wide receiver. Yeah, I mean, with UNC, I kind of just, I grew up watching them all the time. I grew up rooting for them all the time because of Michael Jordan. Because I was named after Michael Jordan, a lot of like my childhood was like watching Space Jam on VHS and watching the Bulls, watching UNC basketball. So I'm UNC. I mean, I have baby photos of me in a Michael Jordan Wizards jersey. Like that's how diehard my family was and how I am. I don't even know where that jersey is, but I currently have a Bullets Michael Jordan jersey in my closet.
I could see
the Lions
Bears going Mike Green here. I could see it.
So the Lions traded up to 57. Let's see. So 56 right now is Denver.
56
Buffalo.
is Chicago.
Who's up? Chicago. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm getting so confused with these trades. I'm now getting to the point that I don't know. Let's see. So Chicago's up. I like Chicago's draft so far in terms of like what you wanted to build. Like, do I like Tyler Warren more than I like what's his name?
Loveland. Colston.
Loveland. Yeah. I like Tyler Warren more than I like Loveland, but Loveland fits
Yeah, you
their
can
system
definitely tell that Ben Johnson has his hands all over what's going on right now.
Yes. So, and getting Luther Burden, I love that pick for Chicago. Luther Burden can do, I think he'll be able to do quite a bit for them. I don't know if I would say like Amon-Ra St. Brown's a great comp, but like he could fill in. I don't know how. I'm not a huge Rome Odunze fan. And I don't really know how he's going to fit in that offense next year. I think DJ Moore is going to fit in flawlessly into Ben Johnson's offense. I just don't know where Rome fits. And I think Luther Burden kind of fits that role too. You need more route runners in that offense with the occasional physical receiver. I'm sure Odunze might end up just being like what Tim Patrick was to Detroit last year. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe they'll prove me wrong, but it just, I don't know. They ended up going offensive tackle Ozzy Trapilo. So Ozzy Osbourne. So Ozzy Trapilo to Chicago, left tackle. So
Tooney's going to probably play guard there, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I kind of expect that.
His tackle experiment.
Yes, I think that. Oh yeah, that failed miserably for him. He's never going to play tackle ever again. If he does, it's because a lot of people are injured. Yes, yeah, and only because he'll be experienced now with that. So this was something that's been brought up that, all right, this is NFL uniform news. This has been brought up since we started day 2, and I've heard rumors over the last couple months. It hasn't floated into like media circles yet, but all of the NFL. All right, here's really quick. Here's the trade with the Lions and the Broncos. Lions get pick 57 and 230. The Broncos get pick 60 and 130. So the NFL this year and over the next 3 years is going to be doing uniforms for division rival games. And the uniforms are going to be based off of like the community, they say. So what I get out of that is they're going to be like City Connect uniforms in the NBA. So what are your guys' thoughts on potentially new uniforms and for specific division rivals?
Austin,
No, you go ahead, bro.
It's like I'm not touching that one. I mean, whatever, man. I mean, if it puts butts in seats, because that's what it's about, obviously. If it puts butts in seats, I'm okay with it. I don't necessarily. I mean, look, it's more jersey sales for the NFL, right? Did they say where the proceeds go?
Mm-hmm. They didn't
they're
say
community driven.
That.
Do the proceeds go to the community or do they go to those NFL teams?
That would make sense.
I don't know.
That would make sense. That would make total sense.
Whatever, man. I'm okay with it, man. Look, I love football. Whatever. I'm okay with it.
Just play the game, right?
You know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care. Falcons don't really have any ugly jerseys that I would say. So as long as they're not hideous, right? Like, remember, what was that? What was the where everybody had all the bright colors or whatever? What were those uniforms called?
The Thursday night color rush ones.
The color rush ones. As long as that, because some of those color rush ones were hideous. Like, they were, some of them, not all. Some of them were a bit much, man. Some of them you like, oh, I got a headache. I cannot watch this game. So as long as they're not like that, then I'm okay with it. The Steelers have a throwback uniform that is so ugly. It's with the stripe, the yellow and black, like it bro.
The bumblebee. I love the bumblebee.
Those are, boy, you are generous. You are generous. Those are hideous. Oh my God. My mother would beat me if I left the house. Like, boy, where are you going? What are you doing? Come back here. God rest her soul. She was, oh my goodness. No. As long as there are no uniforms like that, I'm okay with it. No disrespect to any Steelers fans out there. Look, I know that's your history, but there have to be other throwback uniforms like that. And then with the way the shirt is, man, and I understand I say this in certain contexts. They look like prisoners, man, with the stripes or whatever. I feel like I'm watching Gridiron Gang. You know what I mean? I'm like, what the hell, man? Hold on. Who shanked the prison guard? What's going on here? Oh. What are your thoughts on it? You tell me your thoughts, Austin.
It doesn't really matter to me. Just play football. I don't care what you wear.
See, this is like an underrated passion. This is like a little passion project. I love uniforms. I could talk about the uniforms from the whole history of the NFL. Helmets, jerseys, pants, socks, all that. I follow all of the major like uniform social media pages to get updates from them. When it comes to the City Connect uniforms, I love the idea. Like in the MLB and the NBA, I love the idea. It's just they always sometimes they just screw it up completely. Like, I hate the Philly City Connect uniforms. I hate them with a passion. I'm like, you could have gone any possible way, and you chose this garbage. Like, if I assume if New Orleans, we might see like a purple look like the Pelicans have. And I assume if Philly gets one, it's possible they go back to the yellow and blue throwbacks that we used to wear. Going back to the Bumblebee uniforms for Steelers,
Oh.
I will say this. I think they would look a lot better because they wore them with like khaki pants, and that's what made the whole thing look terrible. If they had their normal yellow and black pants with the yellow and blue striped jersey, I think it would look better. It's not a great look, but I think it could have been better.
Hey, it couldn't have gotten worse.
Bro. Let me tell you something. No disrespect to Philly fans, okay? But if you pour syrup on fecal matter, it's still fecal matter. It doesn't matter how much syrup you pour it on it. I dare you to taste it. Ew. No, that's just a bad look, man. Y'all need to put that. And look, hey, Steelers are a proud franchise, okay? No disrespect to them. But that uniform is awful, man. You know what? And the other thing about it is, it looks like they're playing in the 40s. Like, whenever I watch them wear those uniforms, I feel like the announcer should be like, yeah, see, he's handing the ball off, see. He's about to make a pass, see. Oh, watch, see. Oh, my gosh, see. He got hit. Oh, wow, there's a – like, that's what it looks like. It looks like they should be playing in the 30s and 40s, man. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. But, you know, what do I know? I'm not a Steeler fan, so – hey, man, if they like it, I love it. But, ew, that's just disgusting.
A lot of people, the yellow and blue Eagles throwbacks from like 2007, 2008, a lot of people don't like them. I have a soft spot for them because they are throwbacks to like when – so the way the Eagles' history is, they weren't the Frankfurt Yellow Jackets before they were the Philadelphia Eagles, but they took like the players, they took the uniforms, they took all the stuff that the Frankfurt Yellow Jackets had and put them into the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's why the Eagles started off with the yellow and blue uniforms. I like them, and I think you could do something to where they could be good. Like, instead of the way that
what about some damn different jerseys? That's all this is. You're looking for an excuse to consume more uniforms.
I am.
Let me ask you this: ugliest uniforms in sports. Give me
in all of sports.
In all of sports, give me your top 5 ugly uniforms. And Austin, you got to do this too. I know you don't care, but you got to participate here, sir. Give me your top 5 ugliest uniforms.
Carolina Tar Heels, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh wow! Oh, the shots fired! Oh, the shots fired! Oh, it starts.
That's crazy. Beautiful uniform.
Oh, the shots fired. Oh, wow.
That color blue.
Oh, that was personal right there. God,
it's a beautiful blue. It's a nice baby blue, sky blue, whatever you want to call it, Tar Heel blue. That's what it is.
Hey.
All right. I don't know my top 5, but I can tell you some of the ugliest uniforms.
Is Shedeur going right here to 58 before you do that?
No. They took Jack Beck, wide receiver. So
TCU.
Yes. So here's an update of the last couple picks. So let's see. The Lions took Tate Ratledge, offensive guard, and then the Raiders took Jack Beck. Oh, and the Ravens just selected Mike Green.
Okay. Harbaugh's good.
Well, there you go.
Good person for him to go to.
They got veterans in that locker room.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. That's an interesting pick. So,
hey, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that is an interesting pick. Huh.
That's a good spot for him to go to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's going to have a fixer like assigned to him, like.
Oh, for sure.
You know, just nah, man. I know you're going to the bathroom, but I'm gonna be right out here. All right, like you know. I would say, yeah, you probably got somebody assigned to this guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would.
And there's a few guys like Roquan is a great leader. Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey, Lamar, Derrick Henry. So there's a few guys, even the guys on the coaching staff that
They
could
have
be
Kyle
there with
Van
him.
Noy back.
Yes, they do.
That'd be a
Wait,
good one.
I don't know if he's a free agent still. It's possible he's a free agent. Let me double check. But there's enough guys on that staff that like are on that team that they'll do good with him.
They have an established identity, so that'll
yes.
be a good, yeah.
So Van Noy is still on the Ravens. So that's another guy. Kyle Van Noy would be great. So getting back to uniforms, I don't know my top 5 worst, but I can name you a few that are hideous.
Okay.
The Broncos AFL throwbacks during the anniversary, the 50th anniversary for the AFL, they had brown and white on the road, and let me see if I can find them, and I'll share my screen. Broncos AFL uniforms. Let's see. These are the ugliest things ever. Let's do that. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. These ugly uniforms. Those were the home. The yellow and brown that you see, that's the home uniform. And then where can I find? Look at that. Oh, look at this. That's crazy. That's ugly. These are one of the ugliest uniforms.
I agree. I agree.
What else?
Don't put that on me.
I mean, I think every NFL team has mostly ugly uniforms. Like I could nitpick ones from each team. Like for example,
don't you bring up my Falcons? You better not. You better not. You better not bring up my
these.
Oh my God! I knew you were gonna do that. I knew you were gonna. Yeah, they. You know what? I gotta keep it real. They are a little. I don't know what look we were going for. I'm probably gonna get kicked out of a few chat groups, but I don't know what the hell we were going for here, man. That's not. Yeah, man. I got to give you that, man. Hey, do me a favor. Bring up those old Houston Astros uniforms, man.
Astros.
Old school Astros uniforms with all the colors that like make you. It looked like a Skittles commercial.
I think I know what you're talking. Yeah, these ones.
Yeah, the one with the stripes. Yeah, man. Yeah, that was. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it was just. You look at that for 3 days in a row, bro. You're a little seasick. You know what I mean? Like baseball, you play a series of games. You look at that for 3 days in a row, man. You start to get a little vertigo. I'm just saying. So they're not ugly, but they're not like my favorite jersey to look at. Let's put it that way. Hey man, bring up the Falcons black on black jerseys because they're not ugly, but they do look like what prison movie was that? The Longest Yard? When they first came out,
Longest Yard.
That's what we looked at. And don't get me wrong, I love my Falcons, but if I'm being honest, like the black on black, right? It a little bit, no, just a little bit, like the Longest Yard, maybe, yeah, just a little, I'm just saying, just a little. So it's cool though, but
another one.
Falcons uniform ugly, but they, I love my Falcons. I will never call their uniforms ugly. But
another one that's
if we go back to yes, those are hideous. Those Packer, yes.
These ones.
Yes. Oh my God, they are so stupid.
Nothing matches. It doesn't make sense. But I don't like. Which one is it?
Those were worn back when the TVs didn't have color, so nobody knew how ugly they were.
Yeah. These ones specifically, I don't care for. But like I like this. I really like these, the new ones, the new throwbacks that they put out with the all green. I like those. It's simple. Overall, all right, I'm a big hater of the Packers' whole uniforms in general. I think they're just very boring. And like people say, well, like, oh, they're historic. What's so historic about them? What's so specific that they're so liked? Because I don't see anything that makes me like them at all. What's another? Oh, the what is it? I'm just gonna type Y2K MLB uniforms. I don't remember what. Let's see. It was like throwback MLB. What was it? The like flash forward uniforms. It was like these ones.
Oh,
look how ridiculous these were.
Oh yeah. Oh,
they just keep going. Look at this Royals.
Oh my God. Yeah, somebody got fired over that, man. That's ridiculous.
So this was what they imagined the uniforms would look like in the future. And I think like they had the Mercury Mets uniforms, like teams would be playing on Mercury, the planet. Like, I mean, all right, the Phillies of all the other ones, like the Phillies isn't as bad as those. Like, if you told me to pick between these and our City Connect uniforms, I'd pick these every day of the week. I hate. I gotta show the City Connect uniforms because there's City Connect, Phillies. I don't like these at all. I think the font's ugly.
Oh, okay, all right. You know what? Those are yeah. They're
the yellow on the back is weird.
Yeah,
yeah. Because they're trying to do the yellow and blue look that like the Eagles did, because yellow and blue is the colors for Philadelphia, and like here's the Eagles yellow and blue. These were what we had because they were throwbacks to our first season. Like, okay, I get that. I have an autographed Brian Westbrook jersey. That jersey right here, I have that autographed.
See, that's that ugly Carolina blue we're talking about.
But it's like the Phillies won.
And he's still firing from three, man. He's still firing from way downtown. Austin doesn't miss. He's still firing from way downtown. I'm just saying. Gosh. Wow.
But I think they tried. I think that's what they wanted to try and do. And the font looks ugly. They added like a dark blue, that gradient look that we saw on the Falcons. We see that on the Phillies. It's just, these are ugly.
Hey, I got one that might make you laugh. Let me see if I can find these shoes. They were when the Hawks went to that Volt Green thing. Hang on one sec. Hang on. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Here's the Bills uniforms of the 2000s. I have a Willis McGahee dark blue of these.
Yeah, those were bad.
Those were hideous. I know what you're talking about. The Hawks.
Yeah, I didn't.
Was it green?
Like... All right, so I got these shoes because I was taking my son to a game and I was excited, but I don't want to hear anything about it ever again because they are hideous. But I'm going to share them with the group. Here we go, right here.
Oh, those aren't bad. All right.
The look on Austin's face was like, whoa, whoa. Oh my God, those are hideous, dude. Let me tell you how bad they were, right? So I got ready to wear these to a game, and my wife was like, where are you going?
Yeah.
Where you going? Oh, I'm going to the game, honey. You sure?
You doing that on purpose?
Are you sure you? What's wrong with my shoes? You know, and of course, like when I tell you these go perfectly with the Hawks uniform,
Mm-hmm.
they
They
go
do.
Yeah.
perfect. So I'm
They
like,
do.
Kim, the jersey, the shoes. She was like, can you pull your pants down over them? Can you cover them up? You do that? Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, those are probably the most hideous pairs of shoes that I've ever owned. So there you go.
I mean, all right, they're doing exactly what I mean. That you're trying to match the uniform. I respect that. That's why I won't hate on them. I understand why. Like I have green Air Jordan 1s that I got that have the Kelly Green look, and they match my Kelly Green Eagles jersey of Saquon perfectly.
Yeah,
I just got there was Air Jordan 1s that were like on sale for like 55% off that I just got. They're white and red and they match my Phillies jerseys. But like all my teams have pretty basic color schemes. They don't have like any like one color that's like, oh, that's an interesting color. Like if anything, the Eagles have some silver that we throw in every now and then with like some of our memorabilia, like hats and gloves and stuff like that, but nothing like over the top like the green with the Hawks um or you look at the green with the Seahawks. Like the Seahawks went all in on their green. I personally I love their all green. I love wild colors. Like color when the whole Color Rush promo was music to my eyes. I there was clearly some uniforms that were ugly. Like the at the time Redskins, they had an all yellow that they never even wore.
yeah,
Because I mean that was one thing Dan Snyder was like, no, we're not doing that. Like of all things for Dan Snyder to say no to, he said no to a uniform.
Yeah.
He could have said no to a lot of other things, but he said no to a uniform.
Sexual harassment, no problem. But those damn uniforms, no, we got standards. We're not doing it. No, not at all. No. Embezzlement, sure, no problem.
Oh man.
Denver went and got their running back. We thought they'd go Hampton yesterday.
Yeah,
The
Denver
speedster, RJ
went
Harvey.
RJ Harvey. Yeah, I like RJ Harvey. I like him. I don't remember where he was on my board of running backs, but I liked him. Denver, RJ Harvey. And then the Commanders went and got Trey Amos, corner, who was high on a lot of boards. Some people had him as a potential first round pick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had them going the ECU corner in the first round.
All right, so we have 3 picks left in the second round.
Up already.
So we have Chicago, KC, and Philadelphia. I don't even know who I would even want the Eagles to get right now.
Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, he can go play. He can go play punter.
Oh wow.
Nolan, the wide receiver from Iowa State, would be a good slot guy. With you guys declining Dotson's 5th-year option.
I will say this: I don't expect us to draft a receiver at all. Like Johnny Wilson is our 4th wide receiver, and he's like 6'6", 6'7", something like that.
I'm surprised you haven't tried to convert him to a tight end yet, honestly.
And he's a great blocker, but Sirianni apparently does not want to do that because they feel like they can utilize him as a good red zone target as a wide receiver, which, I mean, I get that. He does show up quite a bit. The Bears ended up taking Shamar Turner, defensive lineman, Texas A&M.
That's not a bad pick. That's not a bad pick. That's not a bad pick.
Defensive tackle. Yeah, I mean, I know like some people had us going wide receiver in like the first round, and I'm like, I just I didn't see it. Like some people had Luther Burden going to the Eagles, and I'm like, I where? Like, here's the thing with the Eagles. It doesn't matter if we have prime Jerry Rice as our third wide receiver. That third wide receiver ain't gonna get any targets. Like, Dotson is doing exactly what we need him to do. Johnny Wilson, even if we didn't have him, Johnny Wilson would be doing exactly what we need him to do. It's just it's the position that will die on the Eagles offense. Like, it doesn't matter who we have there. They will not be utilized at all. If we went and traded for some reason for Justin Jefferson tomorrow and Devontae Smith had to be our third receiver, Devontae Smith would suddenly just be irrelevant.
Is your new OC hired from within?
Yes. Yeah.
Gotcha.
He's our QB coach, or not QB coach. I don't remember where he was, but it sounds like we're just sticking with the same exact thing we did last year. But I just have concerns over who's calling the plays, because that was my concern all of last season is who's making the plays. I didn't know if it was Kellen Moore or Sirianni at times. I had no idea. I had to just hope and pray someone was making a good decision here, because that's how the Eagles can fail, is offensive play calling. Nothing else. Everybody else, I have complete 100% faith in. Vic Fangio is the best defensive mind that I've had that I could root for. So, like, I have trust in everywhere. But if Sirianni's getting involved in play calling, good luck. I don't think prime Adrian Peterson, prime Jerry Rice, prime Tom Brady could save Nick Sirianni if he was calling play calls. Nick Sirianni's that bad of a play caller. He just makes the dumbest decisions, and you could see it somewhat in last year. I mean, there was a like, especially during the Bucs game last year, I just didn't. I was really concerned. I mean, I made the video saying that we weren't gonna win a Super Bowl with Sirianni as our head coach, and
I bet you wish you could take that back.
He proved me wrong. No, he proved me wrong. Because Sirianni needs to step away from calling plays and helping with the play calling, and he needs to just relinquish that to someone else, anyone else, and we'll be fine. He needs to be the Mike Tomlin, the Dan Campbell. He needs to be that type of head coach and not a scheme guy, because that's not who he is.
Even the Carolina game last year, y'all should have literally not thrown the ball a single time.
Yeah.
You should have ran it every play. You would have gotten a first down every play.
Yep.
But no, you guys threw it like 20-something times. It was,
And I told people all last season, like, Saquon did rush for 2,000 yards, and he did that in a pass-first offense. Like, we were throwing the ball on first down a lot, and then Saquon would get a run play on second down, and then we'd have to go pass on third down. Or Saquon would have a run to, like, third and short, and then we would do the brotherly shove. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just never want to see Nick Sirianni.
The thing is Carolina, Xavier Legette catches the ball, they probably beat Philly.
Yeah.
They had it tied with Kansas City with under a minute to go. And then Dane Jackson just decided not to tackle Patrick Mahomes so he could run for 30 yards. They were up 3 with 30 seconds left on Tampa. Couldn't close that one out. Carolina was right there in so many games last year. Is what gives me hope that next year they should be thinking playoffs, especially in the NFC South.
I'm glad y'all are thinking about playoffs. I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy for all of you. I can't wait to tank for the next 2 years and then get Arch Manning. It's gonna be beautiful. We're gonna trade some players. We're gonna figure out a way to get Ryan Williams and Arch Manning in 2 years, and then we'll be set. I can't wait. It's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Well, you
That's
tank.
the third Texas A&M D lineman taken already.
Yeah,
In 60.
he's a good one. He's a good one. He is a good one.
And the one that was the least productive in college was the one that went first out of all three of them. Makes sense.
Of course.
That tells me it was a scheme then. I'm not, which
Yeah.
I would have been scared drafting any of them then.
Like the guy that the Panthers drafted, he led Texas A&M in sacks last year. He had 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a whole
lot. Who are the best available players right now?
Ravel, the corner from ECU, still there. Shador's obviously still there. I still think Jalen Noel, the receiver from Iowa State. Jordan Burch, the edge from Oregon. You've also got guys like Xavier Watts, the safety from Notre Dame. I think very highly of.
Omar Norman Lott went to Kansas City.
Yep, sure did. Eagles are on the clock. Last pick of the second round.
Lott. I mean, I could see Xavier Watts going to Philly. We need to start addressing corner and safety a little bit. I'm actually fine with our corners right now. Like if we drafted a corner in like the 6th, 7th round, that's kind of what I would be looking at. But I'm okay because I think Quinyon Mitchell is going to be our cornerback 1. He's going to be covering whoever. And we're going to have Cooper DeJean in the slot. And I think Keely Ringo is going to be the other corner outside. And if for some reason, we did draft a safety. Actually, I had him picked in the mock draft with you, Terry. Andrew Makuba.
Oh,
the
wow.
Texas safety.
Texas.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
You're just loving this, huh? You're just, he is picking it up.
That's crazy. I've completely forgot about him. So we brought him in for a visit. I don't remember when, and that same week is when I did the mock draft with you, and I was like, you know what? We brought him in for a visit. It's possible that we end up drafting him. But yeah, if Keely Ringo doesn't work out, I am a huge Eli Ricks fan. Eli Ricks was one of the top high school prospects. He went to Alabama and did really well. And he also went somewhere else. I don't remember where in college. But when in our game against Miami 2 years ago, he shut down Tyreek Hill. So I'm a big Eli Ricks supporter. So I'm really fine with our cornerback position, but now we got a safety, and that's the end of the second round. We still have one more round left to go, the third round. So the Giants are going to be on the clock. Do we think would they double up on quarterbacks? And Shador didn't go in the second round either.
Well, we kind of talked about it yesterday, how only 6 quarterbacks had been taken in the second round in like the last 10 years. So typically if a quarterback doesn't go in the first, you're going to see the next run on them in the third round. So maybe we see that here with Sanders going and maybe Milroe.
Yeah, we have Giants, Chiefs, and Browns, I believe, at 67. The Browns
will get another chance at it, yeah.
And the Raiders shortly thereafter. So a very real possibility that Shador gets picked somewhere here.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan, I got to roll, man. I got to hop on the honeydew list that my wife assigned to me that I did nothing today. So I got to do it.
Well, thank
Hey,
you, man, for joining. Tell everybody where they can find you.
oh yeah, man. No, and look, Jordan, you're always joining me, man. It was fun joining you. And I met.
Absolutely.
Are you doing the draft tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
What
Yep.
time does it start? 2 or 12?
It's like 11 in the morning.
Well, I won't be on at 11. I won't do that. But I will join you at some point today. Because remember, tomorrow night at 7, you and I got to do centers.
Oh
And I'll
yeah.
have a couple other folks. But Austin, man, hey man, great meeting you.
It was a pleasure, man.
Hey man, wish you guys luck as long as you're not playing us.
I feel that.
Jordan, I can't extend the same courtesy to you. We're bitter rivals, and honestly, I hope you guys lose every time you take the field. Like I hope you have a bad morning. I hope somebody's toothbrush didn't make it on the plane. Like I just wish bad juju on you every time you guys take the field. I love Jordan though, and it doesn't sound like it, right? It's not my fault he picked the Saints. Okay. But no, man. You can find me at For My ATL Sports, the number 4 My ATL Sports, the number 1 on YouTube. Hey man, come check me out. Like, share, and subscribe. Jordan, as always, brother, I appreciate it. This was fun. Let's do it again. Austin, great meeting you. Austin, good luck in the draft, and Jordan, good luck to your Eagles and your Saints. Well, you know how I feel about it. So,
Have a good one, man.
guys, have a
All
good
right.
one.
Thanks, man.
All right.
See ya.
See you. Bye.
All right. So the Giants just took Darius Alexander, defensive tackle.
They're
I think-
loading up
I
on
think-
that D line. Lord,
Yeah.
dude, look at Bo
I'm
Allen.
wondering if the Giants are gonna try and go the Eagles route. I wonder if they're gonna try and load up on defensive linemen and try and build like a defense similar to the Eagles. They might view Dexter Lawrence as like their Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Even though Dexter's older than Jalen Carter, they might just want to do something like we did on defense. But like what we did on defense is not something that like Jalen Carter fell to us. Jordan Davis
Right.
fell to us. We didn't even we traded up one pick to get Jalen Carter. Like that was it. He basically fell to us.
Yeah.
Because Chicago wasn't going to pick him either way. And I just don't agree with the philosophy of having multiple edge rushers, unless you're going to rotate. If you rotate them, then that can be scary, but also you're not getting Abdul Carter to his highest potential. You're not getting Thibodeau or Burns to their highest potential if you're just going to be rotating them in and out of play. So I don't really like that philosophy at all.
I think though, in obvious past situations, have all three of those guys on the field: Thibodeau, Burns, and Abdul Carter, and I think they'll put one of them inside. Similar, it makes me think of Carolina when they had Charles Johnson and Greg Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
They had situations where they put them on the same side.
Yeah,
and
I
said,
remember that.
"You guys go 1-on-1 or run a stunt," because they're not gonna. They can't double both of you, and so I think that's what they're gonna do. And you're gonna have to. I mean, you have those three guys and Dexter Lawrence. Who are you doubling?
Exactly. I mean, you can't really double any of them.
Because you want to leave Brian Burns 1-on-1. You want to leave Abdul Carter 1-on-1. Or do you
Exactly.
want Dexter Lawrence leave him 1-on-1 to just bully somebody? Like,
Mhm.
so I think in obvious past situations, they should all three be on the field at the same time, and that could be scary for offenses. You'd have to chip with a tight end and even maybe keep a running back in there
Mhm.
as well, just to give your guy 3 seconds.
So, all right. The quarterbacks, we got Shedeur Sanders still there. Quinn Ewers is still there.
Milrow, Will Howard.
Milrow.
A guy you were high on, Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel's still there. Yeah. My
Oh,
gut feeling is Dylan Gabriel is going to get drafted by a team who already has a young quarterback, and he's just going to play bench to that guy.
yeah.
I mean, we kind of saw that with like Max Duggan when Max Duggan was drafted by the Chargers later
He's
on.
already
Or
out of
no,
the league, isn't he?
yeah, he's in the United Football League, and he's not doing so well. So, yeah, Jalen Milroe. So when is the Steelers' next pick? 83. So, I mean, I could see. The whole time I feel like Jalen Milroe in Pittsburgh. I think that is a match made in heaven. I think the way he throws the ball, he sort of underthrows, but for when you have physical wide receivers like DK and George Pickens, I think that will be extremely beneficial for him. He would give these big bodies and Pat Freiermuth the opportunity to get the ball. Yeah, I would love it. And you kind of bring in the mobility aspect that Justin Fields also brought them last year. Like Justin Fields opened up the offense with his ability to run. Now his ability to pass was kind of what led to Russell Wilson coming in, because he wasn't turning the ball over, but he also wasn't like extending drives or anything. So
And they have Arthur Smith as their OC who wants to run the ball.
Yes.
So it would make sense, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I love that pick so much. I would be all aboard Pittsburgh getting Jalen Milroe. That's been my top player to team of the whole draft process. I didn't want one player to go to one team more than Jalen Milroe, and I'm not even a huge Jalen Milroe fan. I didn't even have him in my top 5 quarterbacks. But just schematically speaking, that just works.
Yeah.
All right, Kansas City.
I wonder if they go tight end.
I wonder that too.
Like Harold Fannin from Bowling Green, maybe.
For some reason with Kansas City's pick specifically, I'm not getting any alerts from anyone on them until they get drafted. Ashton Gillott. Interesting. They get an edge rusher. See, it's weird if you're like, I feel like Kansas City's in such a weird spot right now. Like, you're dominating everybody in the AFC every single year. Like, nobody's beating you. But you just got whooped in the Super Bowl. Like, I don't know how do you even take that. Because, like, I'm sure Buffalo and Baltimore within that organization feel like both of them could go win the Super Bowl. But they can never get past Kansas City. And Cincinnati can, but Cincinnati just sometimes doesn't even get past themselves. So, I mean, I'm going to be picking Kansas City to win the AFC until one of the teams proves me otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, last time they got beat that bad in the Super Bowl was against Tampa, and then they rebounded. I'd say they rebounded good from that. So.
Oh yeah. Oh definitely. Oh yeah. I'm just, what worried me, like after their first Super Bowl win, or after their loss, they had Eric Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz. And Mitchell Schwartz, multiple all-pro tackle. Eric Fisher had like a renaissance in his career. Like we were talking about him as a bust, but by the end of his career, he was really good tackle. And we were thinking like, holy crap, the Chiefs have their tackles for the future. And then both of them became free agents and didn't do anything and haven't done anything since because nobody signed. Eric Fisher had injuries. I get that. Schwartz, nobody signed him. Nobody signed either of them. And Kansas City had to redo both tackles. They went with.
Yeah, they've had a revolving door since.
Yeah. and it finally killed them in the Super Bowl this year. Like they finally realized they couldn't just put anyone out there at tackle and be successful, and it ultimately led to that being their kryptonite. I mean, who did they go round one? Who was their first pick? It was Josh Simmons. So they went tackle.
Yes.
Or guard. I heard tackle or guard. I think they just said offensive lineman for him. But it's perfect. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. After their first Super Bowl win, I remember telling our Chiefs administrator at the time, and I don't know if Liam was a part of this then, but I remember telling him they better load up on defense because your offense is set. You had Patrick Mahomes, you had Tyreek Hill, you had Travis Kelce, you had Damian Williams. You had the offense was set. You just needed defense, and you would have been perfect. And they didn't do it quick enough. They didn't add defenders. They just replaced guys. They replaced Tyrann Mathieu with Justin Reed. Now Justin Reed, who's going to replace Justin Reed? Like, there's so many questions on the defensive side. Chris Jones isn't getting any younger. People thought George Karlaftis was going to be this like star. He's been okay.
Yeah, he had a good year.
Yeah, he's been good. Not the guy that people think he is going to be or supposed to be. But yeah, I would be concerned if I were Kansas City, outside of obviously Patrick Mahomes. But like 5 years from now, is Travis Kelce going to be on this team? Is Chris Jones going to be on this team? Like what is the Kansas City Chiefs going to look like 5 years from now?
How much longer is their window is the question.
Yes. And I think with Mahomes, your window is always open, but it almost reminds me of the post, like the late 2000s Patriots. Like they were trying to go from one era to another, and that transition period was kind of shaky outside of the near perfect season.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns picked Harold Fannin Jr. That's I love that pick. Actually, okay, I changed my mind. I don't like that pick. You had Njoku.
Yeah, they still have Njoku, which they flirted with trading him.
Yeah,
at the deadline last year. So
I don't know how I mean Fannin kind of plays just like Njoku.
Yeah.
So because Fannin, he's an okay blocker, but he's a really good receiver. Like he is very explosive. I loved watching him, and like when Bowling Green was playing Penn State, he was Bowling Green came out to an early lead, and everybody was really worried. But he was the reason Bowling Green was in that game against Penn State, and I thought this dude was crazy. I had him. That was my number 2 tight end of the whole draft. Is Harold Fannin Jr.
Might go ahead.
No, I was just saying because of his explosiveness. I mean, I think he's more explosive than Loveland.
Raiders turned that pick in awfully quick, but I think the Browns, they might this year look at it and say, hey, our receiving core is not going to be the best, so we're going to run a lot of 2 tight end. We're going to run the ball a lot, get back to Browns football.
Yeah,
so that might be the thought process there.
I agree. I could definitely see them going with a 2 tight end set. That would make a lot of sense. I mean, I don't know if. All right. Well, the Raiders did not draft Shedeur. They went cornerback Darian Porter.
Man.
So
the slide continues.
Yeah, I mean, could Shiloh get drafted before
That would be
before
something.
Shador? That would be funny. Oh man, that would be great. All right, cornerback. So we are almost at the Gronkowski pick at pick 69. So yeah, I mean, Njoku is not that great of a blocker, and Fannin Jr. is not known for his blocking. It's just, it's kind of weird. I mean, unless you're gonna go sort of like the late the injured years under Carson Wentz with the Eagles, like we had Goddard and Zach Ertz. Those were our top receivers. We had Travis Fulgham was our top receiver, and Greg
Dude,
Ward.
he was nuclear there for a couple weeks.
Oh yeah, I mean I was out a couple weeks ago and I saw an autographed Travis Fulgham jersey, and I'm like, man, that's just such a unique find that I almost wanted to get it. But like for those years, Ertz and Goddard were our top receivers, and because we had to like force feed because of injuries that 2 tight end set, and I almost wonder if Cleveland's going to do something similar. It's possible one of them goes out wide too most of the time.
Right. Yeah.
Put Judy in the slot. I mean, all right. Patriots took wide receiver Kyle Williams, so they finally get a wide receiver for Drake May.
Big time speedster too, to really stretch the field.
Kyle Williams. Yes. All right. So let's see. Let's see where Shador could go. Jacksonville's the next pick. I highly doubt. Oh wait, no. Detroit's the next pick. I highly doubt that. You know, I do want to say this. If a team is going to at some point draft 2 quarterbacks and like say, hey, one of you is going to be competing. Like you look at like the year RG3 Kirk Cousins came out, the Redskins drafted RG3 Kirk Cousins later on because there was a split in the front office. So some people really liked Kirk. Some people, Shanahan really liked Kirk. Other people wanted RG3, obviously, and they ended up getting both of them. And then you see last year, Patriots drafted Drake May, and then later on drafted Joe Milton. And then they go and trade Joe Milton to the Cowboys. So I'd be curious to see if a team does that this year. I think it's very smart if you aren't drafting a quarterback really high. Like if the Titans went and drafted a quarterback, I'd be like, why? But if the Saints did it, if the Giants did it, well, all right, the Giants have Jameis Winston and
one that might be one that hasn't been talked about is the Jets. What did they give? What's Justin Fields' deal? How many years was that? Was it more than one?
Yes, it was. Let's look at Justin Fields. There's a lot of guaranteed money in this contract, though, that's kind of why he went to the Jets, and because the Steelers didn't give him that much guaranteed money.
Yeah.
So all right, it was 2 years, $40 million, and $30 million guaranteed.
Was it guaranteed at signing?
Let's see. 30 million guaranteed. I'm not sure. His signing bonus was 15 million. Just says total guaranteed 30 million.
Yeah, I mean 2 years, that's not long. So they could go Shador.
Yeah, they could. They could have him sit behind Justin Fields.
That's one that we haven't talked about. I don't see Dallas doing it because they traded for Joe Milton.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they did, but is that a Jerry Jones type of move?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Jerry would do that.
But
All right.
Jerry's made 2 good picks. The second round pick being very good, and Donovan. So please don't just ruin it.
that would be great.
It would be a Jerry Jones move, though.
Detroit,
but then
what? Detroit picked Isaac Tesla. I've never heard of this guy. Tesla. Oh, Tesla. Okay, yeah. I saw the 2 A's and I was like, all right, Tesla. Interesting. That's an interesting name. Oh, the Saints picked. Hey, we got a defensive tackle, Vernon Broughton from Texas. I don't know this guy. But we got a defensive tackle. I mean, I wanted a defensive tackle at some point. Just because I just wanted depth. That's really all. I still want an edge rusher. I mean, at some point. I don't know what's going to happen because the Saints are supposed to be in a 3-4 defense. What position is Cameron Jordan going to be playing?
Yeah,
because he's too old to be switching positions, especially switching schemes and positions. And I don't think he's fast enough to be an edge rusher anymore. But I don't think putting him as a 3-4 D end makes any sense.
I think it makes more sense than putting him as the linebacker.
Yeah,
outside linebacker in it.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, he'll still win enough because of how good he is to be on the field every down. But he's also getting up there in years, so
yeah, I think he just signed his last contract. That's what I think. And I love Cameron Jordan. He's a great dude. I literally met my friend Cameron, and that was the same year Cameron Jordan and Jordan Cameron both went off that same year as when I met Cameron. So yeah, great times. Let's see. All right, the next pick is Buffalo and then the Jets. So yeah, if the Jets wanted to go quarterback and get Shedeur here, they could. I mean, I don't know how Shedeur falls to day 3 with people comparing him to Teddy Bridgewater. Like if you took Teddy Bridgewater coming out of college and like how his career pans out, but you try to prevent that huge injury from happening, he's going top, and he's probably not going first round, but he's going day 2.
Yeah,
this is weird.
It's I mean, you always have that one guy every year that you're like, this doesn't make any sense, and we are very much in that territory now.
Yeah,
for sure.
Let's see. All right, Jets, Panthers aren't doing that. Niners aren't doing that. I mean, the Niners could if they feel like their contract talks with Brock. Yeah. But I doubt that. I think both parties want to get a deal done, and I think he'll end up being paid. I think he'll be one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the whole league, which I think he deserves it. Because I think he does exactly what the scheme needs.
Yeah.
And I mean, they've gone to a Super Bowl with him. Well, the Jets are not drafting I found out who the Jets are picking, but I have no idea who the Bills are picking. The Jets are picking a corner, Azare Thomas. Azare Thomas. I don't know how to pronounce that name. So I have no idea who the Bills picked.
I wonder if they go receiver. Yeah. Josh, another weapon. You can never have too many of those.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you got Keon Coleman. I don't know. Amari Cooper's a free agent, so
Yep.
you got Keon Coleman. They re-signed Shakir. Let's see, Azare Thomas, corner back. So who did the Bills pick? How do I know one and not the other? All right, let's see if I can figure this out. Bills at latest. Landon Jackson. I think they just picked Landon Jackson.
Edge makes sense.
Yeah, they just picked Landon Jackson. Yeah, I like that pick.
Man, he has talked about developing and coming a long way. From
I did hear great
infamous
things.
Bag drill when I think he was like in high school to what he's done. It's a good pick there. They got to get after Patrick Mahomes, man.
All right, so was it Carolina next?
No, we don't pick
Who's at
till
Denver?
85.
Yeah, with all the trades, I did not
Yeah.
update this this bottom ticker. So that's Denver. Denver is up next. All right. Edge. Denver. Yeah, I mean, I think Dallas. I think Dallas could do it. That would be so funny if Dallas picked.
Yeah.
That would be
God,
great.
that would just ruin their whole draft. Just not because of Shador. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I've heard. All right, so Adam Schefter said going into the draft, a couple teams to keep an eye on for a quarterback, and the Rams were one of them. But two teams that came to my mind that I was like, that's interesting. Arizona and Miami.
I didn't think Miami. I was thinking Arizona though, but Miami makes sense with Tua's injury history.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, heck, you're in the third round now.
Mm-hmm.
No one's gonna be saying that whoever takes Shador that he's coming for starter's job if it's Tua or if it's Kyler Murray. So
yeah, I mean,
I could see it.
Arizona's pretty. I think Arizona was the most interesting name. Miami, there's a bunch of clauses in his contract with injuries, and I mean, I said Miami should just draft all offensive linemen. Because you need to just protect that dude at all costs. Like he needs to stop running. Like he made his last. The last time he like ran, he was like coming back from his concussion this year, and he ran in the first game, and I'm like, dude, you are dumb.
Yeah.
Like all right, I was a huge Tua fan coming out of college. Like to this day, I haven't seen a left-handed quarterback throw the way he threw at college, but in the NFL, his rookie year and even his best year, I have not seen that same Tua.
Right.
He just doesn't look like he has any sort of command, and I don't think he's had that command. And I've lost faith in seeing that same Tua again, and he just needs to stop being so just
careless with his body.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Broncos took Pat Bryant, wide receiver, Illinois. I heard great things about this dude. This was a guy that was climbing up the draft board right after the combine. I think this was a good pick. Denver, I mean, you get any help for Bo Nix, that's a plus in my book.
Yeah, I'm surprised that He went over Jalen Noel. I'm still a little surprised that he's on the board, but
Yeah. All right. Let's see. We have San
they're
Francisco.
flying off. These picks
Yeah.
are flying right now.
Once you
Are
get to the
do
third
that ticker
round,
tomorrow?
no, I ain't
say,
gonna
dude,
be able to keep track of that.
Typing.
Yeah. I'll probably say the names out loud as they're going along, and I'll say whatever trades are happening. Not a lot of trades. There's normally quite a bit of. I haven't had this few of trades in quite a while. I don't remember last time.
So, the Lions. Speaking of trades, they traded up with Jacksonville to get the Isaac. I'm just gonna call him Tesla guy.
Tesla, yeah.
And they actually gave up a very big haul for him. They drafted him at 70.
Yeah.
They also received a 6th-round pick and a 2026 6th-round pick. And Jacksonville got 3 third-round picks in return. 102 tonight, and then 2 in 2026.
I wonder a lot of Lions beat writers have talked about like you're not going to be able to pay everybody. Fair. And like not everyone can be the Eagles. That was exactly what one of them said. And they listed off like Sam Laporta, Brian Branch. This was before the Kirby Joseph contract included Kirby Joseph. There was a lot of different players that they were naming that need contracts soon.
Yeah.
And so I understand. You're gonna probably have to get rid of those picks. And I don't know how Howie Roseman does it with his contracts.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense.
Some of them are backloaded, some of them aren't. I like Mickey Loomis on the Saints because he does the contracts the same way that Howie Roseman does. That's where I like both of them. The difference is Mickey Loomis doesn't have the experience with getting talent that Howie Roseman does. And that's where I think he needs probably just better scouting. But like Howie's able to have he knows when certain players' contracts are going to get the most money. Like next year, it might be Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown who are getting the majority of their deal. The year after, we might be seeing Devontae Smith and Saquon getting the majority of their deal. Like right. he plans like all of this ahead. Some Bleacher Report just said, could we see another legend wear 9 in New Orleans? That's stupid. Are you dumb? All right, let me go on a rant real quick. I'm going to go on a rant. So, all right, Warren Moon, during Cam Ward's opening press conference, allowed him to wear number 1. I get that. Abdul Carter was talking with Micah Parsons shortly after he got drafted. Micah was like, you're going to be wearing 11, right? And Abdul said something along the lines like 56 would be nice. And then Micah was like, okay, I get that, why you wouldn't wear 11. We need to just stop unretiring numbers. They're retired in the first place. Like my belief on retired numbers is like I think your number should be retired in a rare scenario that's more rare than being a Hall of Famer. Like not every Hall of Famer should have their number retired.
Yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, like look at the Bears, the Packers, and the Steelers. The Steelers were very like loose, and they were like, yeah, you can wear this number, but now they're starting to retire those numbers. And a lot of numbers are unofficially retired across franchises. Like the Steelers, nobody wears 12, but it's not officially retired. With the Eagles, 12 it hasn't been worn since Randall Cunningham. And 9 hasn't been worn since Nick Foles. I assume 9's probably gonna end up retired. I don't think Nick Foles' number should be retired.
No.
I will real quick. Panthers are on the clock. They traded pick 85 and 146 to the Patriots for pick 77. So the Panthers are now.
We're all the way up to 77.
I guess so. I'm still trying to catch up. So the Niners picked Nick Martin at 75. All right, so the ticker is all caught up after this Nick Martin. Wait,
I wonder if this is for a safety or even a corner for Carolina.
Let's see, Nick Martin. I mean, let's see. So we're just pick 77, and then the Panthers trade pick 85 and 146. But yeah, my rant is just like, we need to stop with retiring anyone's number. In my opinion, the Eagles should have 5 numbers retired. One of them is for a very different reason. Jerome Brown's 99 should be retired just because he passed away very early in life, and I get that. Like, same reason that the Commanders should have 21 retired for Sean Taylor. I completely get that. The other 4 guys, this guy right here, one of the greatest safeties of all time, Brian Dawkins. He defined the whole 2000s for the Eagles. Steve Van Buren, the first great running back in NFL history. His 15 should always be retired. 92 Reggie White, one of the arguably the greatest defensive player of all time, and Chuck Bednarik's 60, the last 60-minute man. Those are the only numbers that should be retired. Donovan McNabb's number should not be retired, even though people are like, but he's the greatest quarterback in Eagles history. Yeah. Do you know how many other franchises have quarterback that their like 5th best quarterback in franchise history is better than Donovan McNabb? Like, just because he was great for us doesn't make him this all-time great. And I think some people just don't understand that. And then Nick Foles, I understand he won us a Super Bowl. I will forever love Nick Foles. I have a newspaper from his first ever preseason game because I was that confident in Nick Foles. I was a Nick Foles fan from day one. But you're not getting your number retired. I don't even know if Shady's number is getting retired. It might be. But yeah, there's just way too many numbers getting retired. For the Saints, like, we have 9 retired. We have 8 retired for Archie Manning. 8. I mean, the Saints were one of the worst franchises for their first like 20, 30 years. So Archie was sort of like the only thing they could hold on to. Oh, here's Siobhan Revell. He went to the Cowboys.
Oh, okay. I'm wondering if Carolina's going to do Xavier Watts. I would be pumped. The safety from Notre Dame, if that's who they traded up for.
I feel like that would be a perfect spot for him.
They need a safety.
Siobhan.
And very badly.
Cornerback. All right. And then Carolina is on the board. Let's see.
But I'm not seeing anything about what's going on.
Carolina. Let's see. Yeah, the Saints don't have very many numbers retired. So, like, I get that. I think the Saints are kind of doing it the right way. I mean, I remember when McNabb's number was retired by the Eagles, and I was like, really? Like, we're going to do that? And some teams make it a tradition. The Raiders have a whole bunch of cornerbacks wearing 24 since Willie Brown. Oh, here's a Panthers selection. Josiah Stewart. No. Wait, who? What is this? Oh, here's Princely Umanielen.
Oh, another edge. Ole Miss, let's go. Yeah.
That was a good pick. I mean,
love that.
he probably went a little later than he should have.
Yeah, we were talking
gone.
about him yesterday as an early
Yeah.
second round guy.
Yeah. That's a great pickup.
agree.
I mean,
Heck yeah.
I've been
Still need a safety, but
Princely edge. Uman Yellen. I mean, I remember I've watched this guy all of last year, and he's always been just a force all last season.
no gloves. I love that.
Yeah, that's cool. Uman Yellen. Yeah, that was a good pickup. Now, who is... Oh, and the Texans just drafted another receiver, Jalen Noel.
There you go.
So at pick... Wait,
think
what
him
pick
and
is that?
Tank Dell are a little redundant, but he's still a very good receiver. And Dell's coming off injury.
Okay, that's pick 79. Now I don't even know who the Cardinals are picking. Jalen... Yeah, this is the part of the draft that we're not gonna we're gonna know picks before other picks.
Yeah.
Let's see, who did the Cardinals pick at pick 78? They're at a commercial break, so let's Google this. Cardinals 78. Cardinals drafted... Oh, wait, no. The Cardinals drafted Jalen Noel. Wait,
Okay.
why did they say the Texans? Wait,
That
what?
makes more sense.
I have a Texans beat writer saying the Texans drafted Jalen Noel. All right, I don't trust that pick. I don't know who... Yeah, I don't know who the Cardinals just took. Cardinals are at 78.
Dude, there's a Capitals and Montreal Canadiens fight going on right now that's happening in the bench.
Oh.
Like, everyone's off of the bench and two dudes are just going at it.
This is so... Wait, Abdul Carter's Giants... Lawrence Taylor came out and said he's not gonna be sharing 56. Good for Lawrence Taylor. Good for him. I love Abdul. You ain't wearing 56, bro. That's a completely different... You're not doing that. You need to leave. You're that's not how things work out. This is the NFL. This isn't Madden where you can just have you wear whatever number comes to mind. That's no. I have no idea who Arizona picked. And I can't find any. There are no notifications on that, but I have multiple notifications on the Texans going Jalen Noel. So who knows what this pick is? Could be Shador, and we just don't know. Let's see. Tennessee, Pittsburgh's coming up.
That they wait to get back from commercial for sure.
Yeah, that would. All right, the pick is in. They probably need... I mean, I don't know. The Cardinals have had a pretty good draft so far. I like the way their draft is going.
I'm gonna be honest. I think the team having the best draft right now is Dallas.
Who did they go round one? That was Tyler Booker.
Brooks. Yeah.
Or Booker. Brooks, yeah. Booker, yeah.
And then Donovan round 2, and then the ECU corner who, if he didn't tear his ACL, probably would have had a chance to go round 1.
Yeah, they've had a good draft. Oh, here we go. They drafted Jordan Birch, outside linebacker. Jordan Birch. So, edge rusher Jordan Birch out of Oregon. And then Jalen Noel. So we're at pick 80, which is New England. We're getting close to Pittsburgh's pick, which could be a quarterback. What would be the most Pittsburgh pick that they could go with right here? Or if, let's say, nobody drafts a quarterback from now until Pittsburgh's up, which is only in a couple picks, like what quarterback do you think would just be like, you know what? Yeah, I get it.
I still think Sanders because of the value at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what you said about Milton, and I think he fits a scheme of Arthur Smith wanting to run the ball. I think of when Arthur Smith was the OC in Tennessee and they had Mariota and Derrick Henry. And, I mean, they were the number one seed, right, at one point with Arthur Smith as the OC there when Vrabel was the head coach. So that makes sense too, but I just think Shedeur at this point in the draft.
For me,
I think it's pretty clear that he's the next best quarterback.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If Pittsburgh drafted Kyle McCord, I would be like,
say Will Howard.
Will Howard too. I think Kyle McCord, because of his size, I think they might be like, ooh, Ben Roethlisberger 2.0, which I've seen people say that like, oh, he could be Big Ben 2.0, and I'm like, I don't know about that. But yeah, I like what Arizona's done in the draft. Dallas has had a good draft. For me, like,
do we think Indy could go quarterback? They have Daniel Jones on a 1-year deal. They obviously don't believe in Anthony Richardson.
I feel like if you draft a quarterback, you are telling Anthony Richardson, like, hey, man, like, your back is now going to be against the wall. And
which might be what he needs.
It might be what he needs, but I think that's already what they did with getting Daniel Jones. Like, I think Daniel Jones is more – I think both of them are put in a corner right now, and it's like one of you has to do well. I think by drafting a quarterback, you're putting them, like – you're telling them, hey, this is our future unless one of you guys proves us wrong.
Yeah. I also don't think Shedeur Sanders would be a scheme fit there.
Yeah. Justin Wally went to the Colts. Justin Wally, pick 80. All right, Indy. Justin Wally, cornerback, Minnesota. All right. Next up is Cincinnati and Tennessee. Cincinnati just needs to draft all defensive players because they just need defense. They really only need defense. I mean, their offense is fine. I mean, if you're going to fix anything on the offense, go offensive line.
I was going to say maybe Jared Wilson from Georgia.
Yeah.
If you're going to go offense.
Mm-hmm. Then what's his name? Who's the other offensive tackle? Top offensive lineman 2025 draft. There was an offensive lineman that I don't think has been drafted yet, and I'm trying to remember who it was. Let's see. Simmons has been drafted. Connerly's been drafted. Charles Grant. Charles Grant has not been drafted. That has been a name that I thought about Philadelphia getting. All right. Well, we know the Steelers pick. It's not a quarterback. Okay, we know the Bengals pick. So the Bengals pick is Dylan Fairchild, a guard. And the Steelers pick is running back Caleb Johnson from Iowa. So they go running back. That's interesting. So who knows where Shador is gonna go now?
Dude, this is getting crazy.
I mean, are they seriously viewing like it almost as like an off-field issue?
Yeah, his dad. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, this is crazy.
Dylan Fairchild. So I have no idea who Tennessee has picked. Offensive guard and Caleb Johnson. I have to look at my scouting report on Caleb Johnson. I love scouting running backs. That's my favorite position to scout.
Why is
And I think it's the versatility, because not like you could have two great running backs and both of them are just completely different style running backs. The Titans drafted Kevin Winston Jr., Penn State safety. So he was hurt last year. He didn't play last year. He was good the year before. I don't like. I feel like we're drafting him a little too high considering he didn't play last year. But I think he's
Xavier Watts is still there too.
Yeah. Which I actually like Jalen Reed. He might not even get drafted. I like Jalen Reed more like Kevin Watson, because he was the second best player on Penn State's defense last year. He was making tackles all over the place.
The name sounds familiar.
He was really good. I like him more than I like Kevin Winston Jr. I think Kevin Winston's just borrowed trust right now. But yeah, I like the versatility in running backs. There's so much a running back could do great, and they're all different. Like I loved watching Giovanni Bernard at UNC. I loved watching him, and he was one of the first running back prospects I remember watching film on. And I was like, this dude's really good. I like this guy. And then he goes to the Bengals, and he had a solid career. Like, he's up there in all-purpose yards in Bengals history. So, I mean, as a receiver, he was pretty good. I mean, he was never like a top 10 running back, but he was a good running back. So for Caleb Johnson, I had him as the second worst running back that I looked at. I looked at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I looked at 18 different running backs, and he was number 17 for me. My comp to him was Jerick McKinnon, which is a great running back class. Jerick McKinnon is a good, when he's healthy, he's a good running back. He's a great receiving option. Like when he's with Kansas City, he's a good receiving option. I feel like with Pittsburgh, that's kind of weird though, because Jaylen Warren kind of does that already. I like Jaylen Warren.
Yeah.
Like I think Jaylen Warren can look out for Jaylen Warren to be like one of the most improved players going into next year. Like watch out for him to be like a Pro Bowl running back, get 1,000 yards, get like 1,500 scrimmage yards. Caleb Johnson, I'm not a huge fan of the pick necessarily. I think there are better running backs on the board.
And the only
couple
position I ever take from Iowa is a defensive player and an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Any position, any skill position, no thanks.
Yeah. Let's see. So the Titans, Steelers, this is Kevin Winston.
Tampa wouldn't go Shador, right? No way.
That's an interesting idea because wait, how old's Baker?
I don't know.
He's not that old though. He's
No.
what, 30? Maybe younger?
But what
Oh,
the thing is, what the NFL's saying right now is we see Shedeur Sanders as a project
yeah.
with him still being here in the third round. So I think Baker's got 2 years left on his deal. So if they see potential there for him to sit behind Baker,
Mm-hmm.
I could see it.
We have a guest. We have Chris. Chris,
No
how
way.
you doing?
Yo, fellas, what's going on?
You just traded me another first round pick, is what's going on.
Hey, man, it's all good, man. You know, I ain't studying the picks, honestly, man. It's so crazy. It's been so much slander going on all day long from people. Oh, why'd you do this? And you gave away a first round pick and da. I'm like, bruh, I can care less. Honestly, if it gets me more difference makers and game changers and possible guys that I can be day one starters when the new season starts, you can have the damn picks, okay? You can have them.
I feel you.
I'm just saying because at the end of the day, I feel like, and this is just my opinion, I feel like a pick really doesn't mean anything. How many first round picks, you know what I'm saying, are working at Wendy's right now, you know? It's just like, come on, man. Like,
Yeah. I mean, the Rams went, what, like 6 years without a first round pick and won a Super Bowl in that time?
still
So,
won a Super Bowl. And still not even just a Super Bowl. Can we just say that they have been contenders, period, though, bro? Like, even
yeah.
without draft picks, they were arguably, you know what I'm saying, 1, 2, maybe 3 plays away from beating the Eagles this year.
Yep.
So
That is true.
I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, and one of the best GMs in the NFL right now, he even said himself, the draft is a crapshoot. And I know, Jordan, you know a little bit about that. I know you know that's Howie right there. So again,
Howie's great.
yeah, man, and I'm just saying, like, come on now. I just feel like it's a lot of clickbait. I feel like it's because it's the Falcons. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody's jumping on the Giants for taking Jackson Dart. You know, nobody's talking about that.
I will. So, all right. Let me tell you my issue. I first of all, I applaud you for going for a position that you need again. I mean, there are times where I think some teams should go for the position that they need, and you guys clearly needed edge rusher more than anything. I mean, you were towards the bottom of the league in sacks, so I completely understand that. And if this doesn't work, then it's clearly the scheme. Like, I mean, it's then we all can agree if this fails, it's the scheme. So, but the issue I have is just giving up that first round pick. Like we were talking to Terry earlier, and it puts this season for the Falcons in. You guys have to make the playoffs, and if you don't make the playoffs, then suddenly your future is really rocky, and you don't have a pick to get better from a rocky situation. So I just
I do
I'm
feel
worried
that
about
though, Jordan. Jordan, I'm not gonna lie. I do feel that. This right here. And I don't know if you guys are card players like that, poker player, but this right here is what you call pushing everything to the center of the table, correct? This right here is an all-in move. But when you think about it, Terry has been pulling all-in moves for the past 2 seasons. Kirk Cousins was an all-in move. I didn't like it. I didn't want Kirk Cousins. You know, so I'm one of the very few people that from the beginning was like, no. And we did it anyway. So, of course, you become a part of my team. Hey, you're a part of the team. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of whether I wanted you or not. Because I didn't want James Pierce Jr., but I'll get to that in a minute. At the end of the day, with the first round pick, it's one of those things where you're just kind of banking on, like, okay, regardless, we're going to at least be in the 20s somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you're pushing everything to the front of the table. And you're also saying that last year was Jimmy Lake. Last year was exactly what you just called out, the scheme. You know, and a lot of these players did, regress under Jimmy Lake compared to Ryan Nielsen, somebody that, knows football, knows defense compared to Jimmy Lake, So I feel like the Falcons are pushing a lot to the center of this table. They're banking on the fact that Jimmy Lake just sucked and Jeff Ulbrich will be able to have these guys flying around with their hair on fire. They're banking on the fact that Jalen Walker will be exactly the player he was at Georgia, being able to put him anywhere, being able to have him lining up in 4 different patterns, schemes, etc. Right? And then we're also banking that James Pierce Jr. will be somebody who really does love football. Because, I mean, him and Walker both interviewed well. I seen the interviews earlier today. Sound like they have their head on their shoulders the right way, but it still got to translate on the field. So, and let's just be honest again. If we start the season, right, game 10, Falcons only have 3 or 4 wins. Terry is fired mid-season.
Yep.
And honestly, he would deserve to be fired mid-season because nothing worked. And we already know we can have all the good intentions in the world, but if we don't have the good action behind it, what is it, family?
Yeah.
It'll be looked back next year. If I think it will be considered a bad trade if you have a top 10 pick next year. If you're drafting in the 20s, it'll be considered a good trade.
Austin and Jordan. All I'm saying is this. If that happens, I may need to come stay with y'all for a day or two because this
Come
city,
on, brother.
No, bro, because this city is gonna be so effed up. Like for real, bro. Like, I'm not joking here. Like, we have already, as Falcon content creators, I know we've already kind of been talking about it. Like we don't want to foreshadow it, but we gotta keep it real. There are 2 sides to this. This is a double-edged sword. And you just don't know what side is gonna fall. And at the end of the day, let's just be real. And this is what everybody getting excited about. And I'm excited too, don't get me wrong, because we got some needs. But everybody else is getting better too. The Carolina Panthers are making moves. You know what I'm saying? The Bucks are retooling, getting better. You know what I'm saying? I actually like the pick that they did with Double E yesterday. Yeah, I actually like the move because I feel like that, first of all, he's going to kill the slot.
Yeah. What do you think? Well, let me ask you. Do you think it's kind of redundant with them re-signing Chris Godwin? Or do you think they're going to move him out wide? Because I think Chris Godwin's best in the slot.
I think so as well. I think, honestly, this is a grooming thing. I don't even expect him to really just take off his first year. I think it should be a grooming year. And he learned the game and learned the slot from a guy like Chris Godwin, somebody who owns the slot. I feel like it would be better for the Buccaneers. Instead of just rolling him out there and stuff like that, let him learn from one of the best to do it in the slot, especially in today's game. And then when it's time to move on from Godwin, which may be in a year or 2, then you already have a guy who is polished. And I think they're doing the same thing with McMillan. Yes,
McMillan,
yes, I think they're doing the same thing. Because when Mike Evans finally retires and whatnot, there you go with McMillan.
Yeah, as you were saying that light bulb went off on my head. In my head, I was like, oh, they've already got their next 2 guys for when those guys move on.
Because that run game, I ain't gonna lie to you, that run game surprised the heck out of me. I really thought they were gonna take a step back, and I'm glad Liam Cohen is gone. It's just like, bro, how did you come in here and do that? But he is a great caller, though. He is a great sit caller. I give him that.
Yeah, Bucky Irving. I mean, I had him in. I traded him in our keeper league, and because I didn't need a running back, and I I mean, he was really good, and I traded him, and then he goes and does better, a lot better than he did with me. So maybe that was my fault.
I had Rashad White in a league, thinking that okay, well, Bucky's coming in, cool, but Rashad is still the guy. And man, I ain't gonna lie to you, about halfway through the season, but I dropped Rashad White.
I actually traded
Bucky Urban, and then you had the third string too.
I traded in a dynasty league Bucky Urban I got him and traded Sam Darnold for him in a dynasty league.
Man, that's nuts.
That's tough. That is tough. Sam Darnold.
Hey, where do you think Shedeur is going to land at this point? And why do you think he's still there?
Boy, we about to open up a can of worms, fellas.
I feel like it's got to be open at this point because this is crazy.
Bro, like I said to myself, if this man don't make it out the first round, he's not getting drafted until about the third round.
Yeah,
but as the third round is shaping up, I don't even know if he's going in this round, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Because I know I stepped away and I missed like the back end of the second round. I ain't even gonna lie. First of all, Jordan, what the freak, man? Why did y'all had to get my man from Texas, the safety, Matabuki?
Yeah.
What y'all? What is wrong with you people? Like, bro, I was like, that was definitely a safety I had my eye on. I mean, Xavier Watts, I got my eye on him too. But
I mean, I called dibs.
I'm just saying, like, what do I have left? Like, I gotta go get somebody else, man. I know, and I ain't gonna lie, man. It's some teams having some good drafts though, man. Just overall, but it's so much good talent in this draft though as well. It's like get what you need. It's like get what you need, and just Oh man, but as for Shedeur, I just feel like it's one of those things to where I feel like maybe if Deion wasn't his dad, he'd be drafted already.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds a little weird, but it could be one of those things. It goes back to when Deion first took the job at Colorado, right? Remember how like every coach was like fired up week after week to play, and they're not even talking about Colorado. They just want to beat Deion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I feel like it's kind of like that here. I feel like when he did say in the beforehand about possibly stepping in to prevent a team from taking him and all that stuff. Now I get it as a father, but you got to understand as a business, that business owner don't give a damn if you a father.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we need your son to play for our team.
That can
and you talk about what you're going
conversation.
Right.
So LeBron, Bronny James, if we really wanted to open up a can of worms.
Oh gosh, I ain't gonna lie to you.
We don't have to
I'm just gonna end that. I'm just gonna end that with this. That's all Bron's fault to me.
Yeah.
You put so much pressure on Bronny. First of all, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way. I don't care if LeBron was my best friend. If you say that your son is better than 50% of the league, every time I see your son, I'm gonna give him that work.
Oh, yeah.
What LaShawn McCoy be saying? Crazy work. I ain't gonna lie
I'd
to
be
you.
staring
Every time
at you
I
while
see
I do
him,
it too.
every time I see him, every time I see him. You know what I'm saying? Because and then every time I score on them, I'm looking at you. Why?
Yep.
Because I need you to know that I'm not a part of that 50% you're talking about.
Yeah, 100%.
So, and then with, he put so much pressure on him. And then you look at what's going on with him, what I'm saying as in Bronny, and then you look at other legends' kids, look at Carmelo's kid. You don't hear nothing about Melo's kid. So you don't hear Melo saying, oh yeah, shoot, boy, when my son get in, boy, the league is over for y'all. You don't hear that. You don't hear Gilbert Arenas, and prayers for his son, by the way.
Yeah, prayers for sure.
You know what I'm saying? That car, I seen the car, and it almost broke my heart.
I haven't seen it.
Bro, that car damn near look like a tin can. Like it just, yeah, man. But like I said, shout out to
Last
him.
I
And
read though, he was out of the coma, right?
yes, he today he came out of the coma. So that's a good sign for sure. But I mean, I still don't know what the injury is gonna be like. Don't know what the mental gonna be like. etc. Like, I ain't gonna lie. The first time I was in a car crash, I ain't gonna lie. It made me nervous to ride with people for at least a month.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Bro, tell me about it. Me and my mom got in a car accident on April Fool's Day.
no.
We were calling people trying to get to the hospital. They thought we were
What?
joking with them.
Hey, listen here. I ain't gonna lie.
Sucks.
People gotta chill.
Yeah.
Why would I joke about that?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
people,
for
come
real,
on now.
April Fool's Day. My
Oh,
mom's kneecap busted open. I broke my arm and my collarbone. And people just thought we were pulling a prank.
Oh my goodness.
that is absolutely terrible. But
But yeah,
yeah,
where do you think
man.
Shador goes now?
Bro, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm confused because there are
I'm
other
with you.
quarterbacks that went before him, so now there are teams that don't need him.
Mhm.
So
What the league has said is that they see him as a project. So what team is going to take him on as a project? Because you're not drafting a dude in the third round to be your starter right away.
that's what I'm thinking. Hey, I like Renshaw. I ain't gonna lie, he a sleeper. I like Renshaw. He's a little short, but
Yeah.
but I ain't gonna lie, he it's one of those things that I feel like a Yucca or Kongwu for me. He's short, but he makes up for it in effort.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, Ty Robinson is still on the board?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And CJ West.
I think Shador could possibly go here to the Rams shortly.
Yeah, that was one we talked about.
Bro,
Night one.
I can see that. But I can see that, and that wouldn't be a bad thing for Shador, for the Rams. I mean, because I ain't gonna lie, obviously, my guy Stetson Bennett is definitely not gonna work out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it his mental? What is going on?
I was gonna say he missed that first year for his mental, but he was back at least in uniform this year. So hopefully he got that situated first and foremost.
I'd be curious to see. Cleveland is coming up too. It's very possible Cleveland goes him. I mean, they haven't drafted a quarterback, so
the thing is they've already passed on him how many times?
Well, there you go with that. They took a guard.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, so is there any possible way that he could still end up with the Raiders?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have 2 picks coming up. So yeah, there is a very real possibility that happens.
That's where I feel like he's gonna end up. I mean, that's why I thought he was gonna end up in the first round, but I ain't gonna lie. Wonderful pick by them by taking Gentry, because I mean, as much as I like Zaire White, he is not it.
No.
Mm-mm.
I thought he was gonna have a big year last year, and he did.
I thought he was too. I had him as a keeper. I had him as last round keeper because I thought, okay, this guy could break out, and then he just didn't. Screwed my whole season because of that. Oh man.
But bro, Zaire White ain't did nothing since he was behind. Since his behind was in Georgia, and he was a backup then.
Oh yeah. All right. Now is better time than ever for Shador. If you want Shador, I mean, Austin, like you were saying, like they had Cleveland had the opportunities to get Shador. That tells me I don't think they're going to go Shador. I think they probably have their mindset on some other quarterback maybe later on, or maybe no quarterback at all. Who knows? But like the rest of the third round, we have the Rams up now. We got, let's see, Cleveland.
Do we think Seattle maybe? I know they signed Darnold, but the way Darnold's contract is, it's basically a 1-year deal.
So they have Darnold, and then they have Sam Howell and Drew Lock. And apparently Drew Lock and Sam Darnold are like best buds. So I'm going to say no. I don't think they'll draft a quarterback. It wouldn't shock me if they did. If they did, I would understand it. I mean, this move feels getting Sam Darnold feels very reminiscent of when they signed Matt Flynn and then they went and drafted Russell. Yeah.
It would be the exact same situation because Russell went in the 3rd round.
Yes. Yeah. So I wouldn't be shocked. But Vegas has picks too.
And Schneider was there when they did that.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a chance. There's definitely a chance. But I think with the depth, I mean, they're trying to trade Sam Howell right now. Teams have called for Sam Howell. I wouldn't be shocked if he got traded tomorrow.
He'd be the best quarterback at Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I think that's where he could go is Pittsburgh. I think that would be very fitting for him. Especially like with how Pittsburgh ran their offense last year, just signing 2 guys to cheap contracts. I think you could do a very similar thing trading for Sam Howell. You could trade like a 7th round pick next year. You could do a pick swaps of 7th round picks to try and get him. But for the rest of today, I mean, outside of the Rams, the Browns, and the Raiders, that's really it for any chances of getting Shedeur Sanders. Detroit maybe?
I said that last night. I thought that Detroit maybe could take Shedeur to replace.
Do they like Hendon Hooker though?
I don't know. I don't know if they do because I mean he's been injured this whole time.
Yeah, he has. Like it was the ACL, was it?
Yeah.
So I remember Hayden Hooker, Tennessee, correct?
Yeah,
Tennessee former quarterback. Yeah. So I remember him. I remember playing against him and everything, as far as Georgia, but but that injury, man, people don't know, man. First thing, I know Quincy Carter did an interview with a buddy of mine a couple months back, and one thing that I always take away that Quincy said in that interview was, in his own way, of course, well, people think that on a quarterback, the first thing goes is his arm. You say, it's our legs. Yeah. Our legs be the first thing to go. So,
I mean, and the Lions with Hendon Hooker, the Jets, they're both in the same situation with those quarterbacks, Jordan Travis with the Jets, both talented quarterbacks in college. Then they get hurt, and it's like I don't know if the Jets view Jordan Travis as a possible future option for them. I don't know if the Lions view Hendon Hooker as a future option. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like the Lions re-signed Teddy Bridgewater at the end of last season.
Yeah.
And they're not really giving Hendon Hooker a chance. So I don't know.
Lions don't pick tonight. So unless they trade back in.
Yeah.
He won't be an option tonight.
Yeah, they took a wide receiver, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was weird.
They traded
to me.
3 third-round picks to trade up to get that wide receiver, too.
Is he at least nice? Because I don't know nothing about him. I seen the name, but I ain't know nothing about him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know much about him. But Jordan brought up a good point. They have a lot of contracts to pay, so they're going to need to dump some picks in order to pay the Aiden Hutchinsons of the world, Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs. So, but 3 third-round picks.
Because they already took care of my guy, number 14. Kirby. Oh yeah, I know they took care of Kirby. They had to. Yeah. But St. Brown.
Yeah. Yeah, he got a deal last offseason.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The Rams do not go quarterback. They go Josiah Stewart, edge rusher from Michigan.
So many good edge rushers in this.
Trying to give old Jared Verse, a little running mate or two. Never can have enough pass rush.
Baltimore, Seattle, and New Orleans. New Orleans is coming up.
Okay. Wait a minute. I need your thoughts.
Yeah,
because I think you said something about you think that you guys were going to take a quarterback anyway, even though you didn't want to.
Yeah.
So okay. What do you feel about Tyler, and why do you feel like they took him over Shedeur?
All right. I want to make it clear. I really Shedeur is my favorite quarterback in this draft, and I put Tyler Show as my third quarterback in this class. I have three quarterbacks in that like top tier. Dylan Gabriel's at 2. I think, I mean, I was telling Terry, I was telling Austin, I've been saying all week that Tyler Show has the best arm in the whole draft. It's just pure arm talent. He's not a better athlete than Shedeur. I don't think he has, at times he has better accuracy than Shedeur. I think Shedeur's improvisation is better than Tyler Show. That's where Shedeur stands out the most, and I think that's why he's my number one quarterback. But wait a minute. Ian Rappaport just said that Dylan Gabriel might get drafted before Shedeur.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that would be
so.
Wild.
I think it's because
so bad for him.
Yeah. But I think it was the arm talent. I think Show is more of a pocket passer than Shedeur. Also, they both have opposite sides of the spectrum when it comes to just the off-field stuff. Like Show doesn't have literally doesn't have a show around him. And Shedeur sort of does. We don't really know. Ooh, we do have a quarterback going to Seattle. It's Jalen Milroe.
Well, congratulations to Milroe, because that was another guy who I was wondering about.
Interesting. So is Jalen Milroe the next Russell Wilson? Immediate
They're
thoughts?
not even.
Because I'm just saying, Milroe, his only competition is Sam Darnold, and that's not saying a lot. And I like Sam Darnold. And that's so that's not saying a lot.
I don't think this will be the case, but they talked about trading one of their running backs, right?
Yeah.
What if they're drafting Milroe to try him out at running back?
That'd be interesting.
No,
because
like I said, I don't think that's the case. But it's
a lot of talk in the last 2 months has been, oh, Milroe's a better runner than Lamar Jackson. That's what I've heard this entire process.
But how do you feel about it?
That's weird.
I just chuckled a little bit. I'm like, huh?
That's weird. Because, like, all right, I disagree with that completely. In fact, my comp of him as a runner was Justin Fields. Because I think both of them as runners are very similar. I do think Justin Fields is the second best pure runner at the quarterback position right now. Like, I think if you took every quarterback in the whole league and put them in at running back, I think Justin Fields is going to be the second most successful. Milroe, I would put in that same conversation now. I don't know if they move him to slot wide receiver, because it seems like they only draft slot wide receivers or get slot wide receivers. I don't know.
An interesting one.
Yeah.
It would be interesting.
The Saints are on the clock. So
Chris, everything going good over in your world, man?
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for asking, man. I'm just doing different things, man. I know I'm on Hawks Digest and covering Atlanta Hawks and stuff like that. I had to drop a video. Yeah, man, because I know Dyson Daniels, he didn't win the Defensive Player of the Year, so I had to.
Really?
Yeah, they gave it to Evan Mobley. But I already know what that is. Evan Mobley's on a winning team, the number 1 seed,
Yeah.
He is a big man. They do like to give that award to big men most of the time. Marcus Smart, lately, I guess you could say he's an anomaly. But Dyson Daniels' numbers blew Marcus Smart's defensive numbers away. And it's just crazy. And it's crazy.
That is wild.
Dyson Daniels also has the biggest gap between, 1 and 2 in NBA history. The previous biggest gap was made back in 1985-86 by Alvin Robinson when he had more steals than Sidney Metcalf by 94. This year, Dyson Daniels had that beat by 4. He was ahead of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander by 98 steals. By the way, Alvin Robinson back in 1985-86 won the Defensive Player of the Year, being ahead of Sidney Metcalf that many steals.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Dyson Daniels, I remember him. We won't get on a basketball tangent too long. You and I can do that another day, Chris. I'd talk basketball all day long, but I remember how good he was defensively. That's what got him on the court so early in New Orleans, and what got him drafted so high.
Right. Like, buddy, he I can't lie, buddy, go on that defensive end, boy. Buddy can go, and then, another thing too, just a kudos to him, just being able to elevate his game. He has like some of the biggest jumps in certain categories. You know what I'm saying, for a guy his age and his position and stuff like that. As far as like being considered for most improved, he improved his point total by almost 9 points. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, sheesh. Rebounds, steals, everything went up to a plus because of course he get more opportunities.
Right.
But somebody believing in him. So yeah, man. But
who you
yeah,
man,
that's how
Jordan?
it is. Let's see. Right. They went and got them
Sanker. I don't know this guy. But hey, safety.
He was a dude that I had on the Panthers radar.
Jonas Sanker. I have not scouted him. I'm really good at scouting safeties. That's my favorite defensive position to scout. The first safety I ever scouted was Derwin James, and I thought, to this day, I compare anyone to Derwin James. I'm like, oh well, they didn't have the coverage ability of Derwin James. Well, he couldn't hit as hard as Derwin James. It looks like he can possibly. It looks like we could possibly play him in the slot a few times. It's not bad. I like it.
I mean, because I'm looking at the name and I'm just off of the name. I'm like, well, you're not starting over the two guys that they have there.
No. He could probably play in the slot. I mean, we'll have Tyrann and Justin Reed up top, and we need
him ahead of Xavier Watts is kind of surprising.
Yeah. Interesting.
That is interesting.
Couple
Maybe
notes
on the knows he needs to be in Carolina.
Couple notes on the Jalen Milroe pick. This is the first quarterback the Seahawks have drafted since Russell Wilson. And this is the same pick that they acquired in the Geno Smith trade. Yeah. All right. So we only have a couple picks.
Julio, we traded Julio.
Yeah.
He got picked that same year. And guess who we got? Troy Anderson. My point.
Yeah. All right. We only have a couple more picks left. 8 picks left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There are some
9. Maybe 9.
Some tiny rumors floating around that Carolina might release Jadeveon Clowney. Now that they've got 2 edge rushers, it would save them $7.75 million.
Hold up. Wait a minute. All right, I have the Browns have picked a quarterback.
No.
It's Dylan Gabriel.
Oh my god.
Wow.
God dang, bro. Like, who is Dylan Gabriel?
Dylan Gabriel. He was the dude at Oregon. Like, I love Dylan Gabriel. This dude, the only reason he is not a first-round pick
because
and
he's 2 foot tall.
pick, yes, he is small.
I was about to say he's out there looking like small. Bryce Young. Yeah.
Which, in my opinion, I mean, I got my favorite player in NFL history, is one of the shortest quarterbacks. He was known for his height. Drew Brees was known for his height. Russell Wilson, his height. Look at a lot of quarterbacks currently playing. Kyler, Bryce are considered smaller. You can be small and successful. And Dylan Gabriel, I mean, he's mobile enough that you can put the option offense in to whatever team he goes to. I love this pick for Cleveland. I really do. I think he can compete for the starting job. I think he'll beat out Pickett. In my opinion, if you showed me Pickett and Dylan Gabriel, I'm taking Dylan Gabriel in a heartbeat.
Did they re-sign Joe Flacco, or am I just...
They did re-sign Joe Flacco.
They did.
I wouldn't be shocked if Flacco starts the year.
Now I know they're not going to trade for Kirk Cousins. Whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, Stefanski. Do something with your life.
Oh, man. So, all right, New England's up and then Philadelphia. So, wow. So how many quarterbacks were just drafted ahead of Shedeur? We got
it's like 4 or 5 now, right?
We got Cam
Ward.
We
got Cam Ward. Yeah,
Dart,
Jackson Dart.
Milroe.
Milroe.
And Gabriel.
Yeah. So 5. That's crazy.
That's nuts.
It's crazy how Xavier Watts is still on the board, though.
What's
going on with him?
I don't know.
That was surprising.
This is very interesting.
Jack Sawyer's still out there. Kyle Kennard.
Another issue with Dylan Gabriel is his age. He is 25. So,
I thought Show was 25 too.
Yes, he is, and that's the difference between Show's 6'5". Imagine if Dylan Gabriel was 6'5", doing what he did. He'd be the number 1 overall pick in this draft without even a question. Because Eagles are trading out of their pick. What? Why?
Trading with the Falcons.
Oh man,
that would be funny. Nuts. I don't think we need to do any more trades at all. I think we're set and we're kind of good. We got a 3rd round, we got a 4th round, we got a 7th round. I don't know too much more you can really do with that without hurting yourself for the future. I mean, we already got a 1st round gone, and we're already getting crucified for that. So it's just like, I'm just hoping everything works out. Because again, if that pick lands anywhere in the top 10, heads are going to roll, like literally, really roll.
Oh yeah. I mean, like with Dylan Gabriel, he's mobile, he's accurate, he's got an arm for his. People said he didn't do well against man coverage. I say go watch the Ohio State game. Go watch that, because he was beating man coverage all the time. They say his arm is like mediocre. His arm clearly did enough to be the number 1 team in the nation for the entire regular season. I mean, I think he did everything he needed to be a successful and to be a 1st round quarterback. And I think the only reason that he didn't go in the 1st round is because of his size. He's 5'11", 205, something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
So, I mean, he'll put on some weight. The height thing, he's probably not going to get any too much taller.
He may get to 6 foot, maybe.
Actually, no, he's 25, so he's going to be probably stuck at this height.
I
was, for some reason,
my bad on that, too.
So,
but before Shedeur Sanders is crazy.
Falcons made a trade.
I just told you, bud.
Bro, I thought you were kidding. The way you said it, I thought you were kidding.
I thought you were kidding too. That it was so the Falcons ended up getting the 96 pick. Eagles got 101 and a 2026 5th.
This is gonna be for your guy Xavier Watts.
So the Falcons are just unloading next year's picks.
That's these guys know that if they don't win, they're gone. They don't care.
They're all in.
What I said when I first got on here, boy, this is pushing everything to the center of the table. Because let's just be honest. If this doesn't work, Terry Fontenot is gone.
Yeah.
If it does work, he's here and he'll be able to navigate this whole situation that he's creating and everything. He'll be able to navigate it. But
This is gonna be for Xavier Watts.
This got to be for a safety. Because I'm just saying, what corner has Kobe Bryant got taken already?
No.
It'll be for Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant was taken by Charlotte.
What the shit?
Traded for who? Vlade Divac. Golly, man.
Oh wait,
that's not.
Charlotte. No, I'm saying Kobe with a C and with 2 E's.
The Texans and Vikings also made a trade. Texans traded 102 and 142. Vikings to the Vikings for pick 97 and 187. So the Vikings and the Eagles are out of their spots. So now Houston is there. And then Philly's going to be right there. Interesting. So Vegas, I mean, it's really on Vegas.
Yeah.
To pick Shedeur. I mean, this whole time I've been saying it.
Believe it. Hey, I can't believe that the Ravens have Mike Green and Malachi Starks, by the way.
Yeah, that's nuts. Is
that Keith Bowling? Brooking.
Yes.
The Patriots took my center.
There you go.
Is it
Xavier Watts?
Dadgummit.
Hey, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm saying, where's Xavier? Let's go.
Dang.
I mean, and I love the pick because we just don't know outside of Jesse Bates what we have at safety. We just don't. I mean, we got
your guy.
What
Simmons might have to come down to Carolina because we have 2 safeties on the roster, and one of them was an undrafted free agent last year.
Simmons is an Eagle already. He's going to be an Eagle.
He said he wanted to go back to Fangio.
He's been talking for the last 2 months about the Eagles and Vic, and I'm pretty sure the deal is already done, and we're just waiting until after the draft. That's how I've been taking the whole situation. Unless for some reason this safety that we get from Texas, we think highly of him, but I think that I'm pretty sure it's already done. I mean, there's been mutual interest, but he's been so I've never seen. I don't remember the last time I saw a free agent player that was highly regarded by across the whole league, saying hey, I'm ready for Philly. I've never seen that. Yeah, but I mean, Shedeur's got to go to the Raiders here. He's gonna be picked 99 or 100. I mean, he's got to. I mean, who are the Texans picking?
And so look at the Falcons going all in, trying to get some difference makers. Goodness.
All right, let's see. Jalen Smith, cornerback, USC to Houston.
Hold on, Jordan. You said it was for a 5th rounder, 2025 5th.
I'd have to double 2026 5th.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what I meant to say. 2026 5th. Okay, so our 1st and our 5th rounders are gone. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. We'll see what happens.
I wonder how much longer Jordan, your guy, Scatterbo will be on.
Honestly, I'm waiting. My TV almost shut off. There's a sleep timer that just it just I've been doing this so long, the sleep timer just showed up.
I'm just yep, time to turn this joke off now.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, there are teams that came out last week and said that they have how they feel about Genty is how they feel about Scatterbo. So,
okay.
I think the one issue is his fumbling. So, who knows? I personally think with the right coach, with the right running backs coach, you can be able to fix that, and he could just dominate the whole NFL.
Changing gears, is there any possible way that we can set up an intervention for one of the great running backs, that touched the field? Not the greatest, but a great.
AP?
Yeah, man. I want to can we set up an intervention for him because he's going through some things.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of on the Vikings. If he was at your draft party, how are you gonna let him walk out the door with keys in his hands?
He never would have did
legend.
it. I would have had somebody drive his car home, or you wouldn't have been driving at the end of the day. You wouldn't have been driving at all.
If you're gonna I understand he's a responsible adult. He makes his own decisions. But you obviously had alcohol at that thing. You saw him the whole night, and you didn't think to say, "Hey, Adrian Peterson, what are we doing, bro?"
That's just crazy to me. That's just real crazy. Now, don't get me wrong. Everybody's an adult, and AP. They may have said, "Hey, AP, you all right?" And he like, "Yeah, I'm good. You?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I'm all right." You know what I'm saying? You gonna do your thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough though. But I just really hate that because it just seemed like since his NFL career really been over, he's been in more and more stuff just randomly.
Yeah, can't get out of his own way.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to step away for a little bit so they can get inducted into the Hall of Fame soon. It's gonna be coming up.
This is the last chance for the night for Shedeur.
Yeah,
we're assuming, right? These next two, you have two chances at it.
Yeah,
I really hope that this man does not fall into the 4th round.
Yeah,
bro. Bro, listen to me. Can you see Shedeur and Shiloh both undrafted?
What would be wild is if it was Shedeur right here and then Shiloh right after him, Raiders back to back.
No, that'd be wild. That'd be wild as shit.
That would be
funny.
That'd
be wild as heck, man. That'd be wild as heck.
I mean, it's got to be Shedeur. I don't. If it would be crazier is if Vegas goes and drafts some other quarterback, like some other like Will Howard. Kyle McCord
quarterback goes before him. There's just no way at this point.
What would strike me as puzzling is if I see Quinn Ewers ahead of Shedeur Sanders, because I don't think there's a single thing that Quinn Ewers does that is better than Shedeur Sanders.
I don't like Quinn Ewers.
I don't either. I think he's Mr. Check Down, and not in like a old Tom Brady way, but like that's the only thing he did. Someone did like his throws behind the line of scrimmage compared to his throws in front of the line of scrimmage. It's unheard of the amount of passes that he's thrown behind the line of scrimmage. All right, I think the pick is being announced. Let's see who it is.
Did Charles Grant go yet?
No, I was waiting for him. Yeah,
I don't. Round gonna be real interesting. What do you think about Carson Vincent?
Carson Vincent. I don't know who that is.
The guy that beat up on Mike Green this year.
Oh.
Offensive lineman.
I mean, I don't know. Oh, Caleb Rogers, defensive tackle. So they went defensive tackle.
Ty Robinson is still on the board.
Yeah. Which I think it's because he's more of a pass rusher than he is a run-stopping defensive tackle. But I also think that fits today's NFL. So, I mean, I think I think he should do well. Our offensive tackle for the Raiders. So, now we just wait for this pick.
This legit is crazy.
This is insane. Because
what's the biggest? I'm trying to think of a slide like this.
Will Levis for me was the biggest slide.
Early second.
Yeah, but because going into the day of the draft, he was the Vegas odds pick to be the second pick, and then he goes and falls just completely out of the first. Like
Mhm.
I've never seen a slide like this before. Of a like
I've never seen nobody slide this far. That's supposed to be in like first round, and
The
we're
one
about to
that
go
I
to the
can
fourth
think of
round.
is Leo Collins,
yeah,
but that was because of the accusations that came out right
yes.
before he went. He was supposed to be like top 10, went undrafted.
Raiders didn't go Shador. They went
I'm
Charles
surprised.
Grant. They went
Yeah, I'm
Charles
mad.
Grant.
I'm mad because Charles Grant can play any position on the line.
Yeah. So they double up on offensive linemen. Wow. That
They
was
said we're gonna get you some help, Gino.
so Shador's gonna be a day 3 pick.
The doors are gonna be maybe, bro. Shoot, at this point we gotta say maybe. Shoot,
I
I'm
mean,
like, God, leave.
like
How
we
much money
said,
has this guy lost?
a lot.
Oh man, listen. From the first round,
I
like
saw it was like
honestly,
30 million by not going in the
Shador
first.
finna be in a minute, Shador's contract finna be like $500K.
That's crazy, dude.
Now, good thing for him, he's not hurting for money.
Yeah.
But because if he was a kid that was coming from like a third world country or something, this would be some budget.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, still anything's better than what you had. But come on now, he was supposed to be a first rounder, and it's the fourth round. Come on, man.
There's a chance that there is a chance that he still gets picked. Like we were talking about, if for some reason the Niners don't think they're going to get a contract done, then there's a possibility he goes to the Niners.
I had said that in the first round yesterday. I said he can go to the Niners now. They ain't got to pay Brock Purdy.
And then Detroit is Minnesota is 102, and they're not going to go Shador. So really, it's
I don't
this
even think
pick.
they go a quarterback.
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to figure out when is Kirk Cousins getting traded or something like. That's something else I've been waiting in the wings for, and that just has not happened.
I was just telling Terry and Austin that I think whenever we hear the first quarterback injury, that's when Kirk Cousins is going to get traded.
Yeah, that sounds about right, to be honest. That's normally how it goes.
Because, imagine the Raiders, they don't draft a quarterback and they just go with Geno, but then Geno gets hurt. It would make total sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But this draft, man, that's another thing too. I knew it was going to play a part because I knew that there were guys that are eligible, and you could just take that guy, and he's a rookie contract. You can build with him instead of freaking taking Kirk Cousins and all that money in contract, and you don't have a lot of length of time with them and all this stuff. It's just a series of unfortunate events, really.
All right, the Eagles are not picking at 101. Denver
traded out again.
I think Denver just traded up. So the Eagles are just going to get a bunch of picks for next. I don't know what the limit. There is a limit at how many draft picks a team can have. I don't know what it is for next year. Okay, so the Broncos traded pick 111, pick 130, and pick 191 to the Eagles for pick 101 and pick 134. So we got an additional pick, moved back 10 spots, moved up 4 spots.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I don't know what the limit is, but next year we're going to have so many comp picks because of all the players that we lost. We were calculating we'll probably get a 6, a 7, a 6, a 5, a 4 in comp picks next year. And we already have a lot of draft picks.
Now, I know you lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I know that.
C.J., we traded him.
Yeah, traded.
Josh Sweat, Milton Williams.
Yeah, that's right. Josh Sweat.
Mekhi Becton would be considered that was the 7, I think, that people were talking about. And then there was another one that we lost.
Wait a minute. Becton is gone?
Yeah, Becton's on the Chargers.
Wow. Did not know that. I missed that one.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get the contract I thought he was going to get, and I think that's because a lot of teams viewed him as like a product of the system and playing in between Lane Johnson and Cam Jurgens. But like Austin was saying last night, is he's going to be playing in between Alt and Bozeman, so it's good for him. He still has a shot at getting another contract after that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 3 picks left. We're waiting on San Fran, Denver, and then Minnesota.
Man, I'm so thankful that Shedeur Sanders is not at the draft.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be
Just
nuts.
imagine, dude. I would burn the place down.
I think it's still crazy how like he does have like entourage and all that stuff like that still following him around, and you know, he got you know what I'm saying, like the stuff, the cameras all in his face. I think that's still wild. All right, man, let that man have some peace with his family. And Silo was cracking jokes though yesterday. He was like, "Bro, I'm seeing how they doing you. How they finna do me?"
Oh man.
I mean,
all right.
legitimate concern.
Niners went cornerback Upton Stout from Western Kentucky.
Okay, not bad.
Let's see. So I was talking earlier about Harold Fannin Jr. I had him at tight end too. Browns GM Andrew Berry said Harold Fannin Jr. at 20 years old, he was the best player on the field for the Texas A&M and Penn State games. I don't think against Penn State he was the best player. I think he was the best player playing against Penn State. But to call him better than Tyler Warren, who threw a touchdown pass and caught a touchdown pass as a snapper, like, you need to calm down, sir. I think very highly of Harold Fannin. Like I said, second tight end in my opinion. But nobody's close to what Tyler Warren did last year. Nobody.
Tyler Warren is something else.
Oh yeah.
Tyler Warren is something else.
So Denver's not going to draft a quarterback.
No.
To like back up Bo. I mean, you gotta pick someone. I assume. All right, they went Savion Jones, edge rusher.
Hey man, the Broncos defense gonna be fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Savion,
which is interesting with a Sean Payton led team.
Yes.
Right.
Jones.
But Bo Nix, man, I think he's just he did exactly what Sean Payton thought he would do.
Yeah, they were high on him.
75 games, you know. Like, who played 75 games?
I mean, Sean felt very comfortable calling him the number one quarterback in last year's class before the draft.
He did.
And he was very comfortable drafting Bo Nix. So, and when Sean Payton is set on a player, he will do anything in his power to get that player. And he doesn't do that quite often. All right, one more pick. That is Minnesota, and then we're on to day 3. Let's see.
Y'all on tomorrow too?
I will be, yes.
I am not.
Okay.
I got my grandparents coming into town and
Dope.
2 boys. Ain't no way I could talk my wife into letting me be here all day while she's out there with
He's
them.
like, oh, absolutely not, sir.
Yeah. I got these 2 nights, so I need to definitely do my part tomorrow.
Yeah.
So Denver ended up going Jedi Barron, RJ Harvey, Pat Bryant, and Sadavion Jones. Denver's had an underrated draft, I think.
Barron's
I ain't
my
gonna
guy.
lie to you. They went and got some guy. I like Barron too. I ain't gonna lie, I was mad. I was mad when I seen that he went there. I said, come on, you're gonna put him with Surtain?
Yeah.
all right, fuck it, whatever. Good luck, Chargers.
All right.
KC,
Final
that really was
pick.
for you.
Final pick is Ty Melton, wide receiver to Minnesota from Maryland. That's
Interesting.
That's it.
Interesting. Because
final
Justin
thoughts?
Jefferson, Jordan Anderson.
I mean, you get a nice wide receiver 3. I mean, I don't think he stood out to me very much. But it's pretty solid. Oh yeah, I do remember watching film on him. I wasn't like overly. I thought he would be good. I think this is a good spot for him. So, final thoughts on day 2 of the draft, Chris. What do you think?
Day 2 of the draft is crazy. Of course, the number one thing would be Shedeur Sanders. Moving into round 4, day 3, did not see that. No matter what the report said, did not see that. I think it was some really good players have gone some really good places. I know Nick Emirari. I know that's a good pickup. Oh man! I'm looking at the Ravens. Mike Green, adding with the Malachi Starks. I'm like, I like that. Man, it's some good players went some good places, you know. And then I feel like teams are getting needs and stuff like that. I love the Xavier Watts pick, especially for where we got him at. I was surprised that he slid that far down. I'm actually wondering why. But love that. We did have to trade up. We are all in, like I said, pushing everything to the table. We are already out of a 2026 first and 5th round pick now. So this stuff gotta work, man. At the end of the day, this stuff gotta work. Overall, shout out to everybody that got drafted today. Like I said again, some good players went today. I felt like it was going to be more corners or more secondary type players going today. I think it was compared to like defensive tackles and stuff like that and edges maybe. But overall, man, good day for the draft, man. We really have to see what's going to happen tomorrow. And will Shedeur Sanders be drafted today? Find out as the world turns.
All right. Austin, what are your thoughts on day 2?
Really like what Carolina did, getting 2 edge rushers, their biggest need. Now they can kind of tomorrow focus in on a safety and building some depth, maybe at linebacker and other things. But really like the 2 edge rushers that they've got. I'm with Chris, man. Shedeur still being there makes no sense to me. I don't know if I'm going to make sense of it, but truthfully, the team that I think up to this point that's had the best draft is the Dallas Cowboys. Getting the guard to replace Zach Martin in round 1, getting one of my favorite edge guys. And
I was so pissed.
Yeah, from Boston College. And then the corner they got in the 3rd round from ECU would have been in a top or in the 1st round argument if he didn't tear his ACL. So I think that, Jerry Jones is not without his faults by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they have done very well in these first 3 days. And now we just wait to see where Shedeur goes, man. That's the big storyline of day 3, and I don't think anybody would have expected it. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming. This has been a blast. Thank you, Terry, to earlier for showing up. Chris, let them know where they can find you.
Hey, man, A1 Forever Sports. That's the platform on YouTube. Please come on over, like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what's going to be on A1 Forever Sports because it is a sports channel. I know we talked about WrestleMania the other day. So, so you just never know, you know what I'm saying? But it's typically Hawks, Braves, Falcons, because, I'm from Atlanta content creator, all that good stuff like that. So that's going to be the gist of it, but you will find other things that doesn't evolve around Atlanta or the Hawks or whatever, stuff like that. So it's things for everybody over there. Please come on over and like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure you guys find your peace today, because positive energy always creates elevation. And also, Hawks Digest. Catch me on the Hawks Digest. Me and Walter Pollard over there, pounding the pavement, to give everybody their Hawks news, basketball news, and everything like that. So come on over and be a part of the Hawks Digest media family. Next, I would say Twitter, A1 Forever. Instagram, A1 Forever. The Real A1 Forever on TikTok. Appreciate you, Jordan, for the invite, man. Sorry for the delay, but still was able to finish the draft on off, and I'll see what I can do for tomorrow. I may pull up tomorrow too. Let's see.
All right. Thank you both for coming. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Austin. And we'll see you tomorrow.